guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. All right, guys, let's get right to it. And shout out to the sponsor. Go ahead and scan the link if you want to go ahead and get the deal. But let's get right into it, guys, because we got a special night on this. And shout out, man. This is SET with SET Media, man. I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, so we got Trump explaining his Golden Dome and a whole lot more coming up. We also got Mark Rubio in the hot seat. Let's get right into it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in the Oval Office, great places of the world, as we make a historic announcement about the Golden Dome Missile Defense Shield.
And shout out to Will You Teach Me. He says, sorry for the rant. Nah, you was cooking, bro. You good.
That's something we want, and Ronald Reagan wanted it many years ago, but they didn't have the technology. But it's something we're going to have. We're going to have it at the highest level. I want to thank Secretary Hegseth, who's been fantastic, and Secretary Rubio and Space Force Vice Chief of Space Operations, General Mike Gutlein. I also want to recognize Senators Dan Sullivan, Kevin Cramer, and Jim Banks, fantastic senators, great talents, great political talents, and people that love our country. In the campaign, I promised the American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can.
Oh yeah, and Canada reportedly they've dropped their tariffs. Yes, whatever the tariffs that they were pretty much putting on us, they dropped, but we haven't dropped ours. So I guess we won that negotiation with Canada, or you could pretty much say, well, Canada folded. They definitely folded on that one. Dropped their tariffs without us having to drop ours, which means we're just pretty much making money off these guys.
This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles, even if they are launched from other sides of the world, and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and It was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including
But I wonder if Israel is gonna help us with ours. Like, I doubt it.
hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland. And the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big, beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial
25 billion.
A down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped or really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're number one in space by a lot. It's not even close.
Man.
And Mike is a four-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense. I'll bet he's good at offense. And he has an unmatched background in missile warning technology and defense procurement. General Gutlein also knows that we need to move fast. No one is more qualified for his job. And everybody, this was a universal acceptance of General Gutlein. Everybody that knows him and knows everybody else, they said there's only one man for the job. So I have a feeling we have the right guy. But now I'd like to invite Secretary Hegseth and the General to please say a few words and describe the system a little bit. And we appreciate you being here. And the press has really been very fair over the last period of a couple of months. I don't know what happened to you. It was so much more exciting the other way. But you've been very, very fair. We have very high poll numbers, the highest we've ever had. And I think we're doing a great job. We had a tremendous trip to the Middle East, as you know. It was a really amazing trip. And now I came home, and this is the one I was really looking forward to this day, because this is very important for the success and even survival.
Yeah, I would definitely say Trump won back the support of the independents and, well, I guess even the liberals. He won the support of the liberals and the independents with his trip to the Middle East. So he definitely gained favor with the American people on that, on both sides, on all spectrums of the political spectrum.
Survival of our country. It's a pretty evil world out there. So this is something that goes a long way toward the survival of this great country. And as I said, we'll be discussing Canada. They want to hook in and they want to see if they can be a part of it. That sort of makes sense. I guess that's what I was talking about from day one. You know, it just automatically makes sense, and it won't be very difficult to do, but they'll pay their fair share. Thank you very much, everybody. And Pete, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, add this to the long and growing list of promises made and promises kept. Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan 40 years ago cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear. And it's not lost on me, sir, also that you had the vision to start the Space Force. And here we are.
I mean, yeah, due to this whole drone warfare and seeing that things are getting more robotic. Yeah, warfare is getting a little bit more robotic, or I would say a little bit more drone-like. So, I mean, trust me, the Golden Dome is the perfect thing for this new climate of war. Or I'd say these technical advancements in war, especially with the new advancement of missiles and how they're able to, I guess, go against the poles and try to hit us over there on the north side.
When the others said we didn't need it, here we are in the Oval Office with one of the leaders of the Space Force in General Gutlein, leading the charge on putting in place a game-changing Golden Dome for America. So, sir, it's an honor to be a part of this bold initiative. We're going to get to work on it. We have been since you signed that executive order on January 27th. We've been fast forward on this. We're here on this day, and this is just one stop in delivering this defense of the homeland, which is something you've charged us with doing, and we'll keep going until it is complete, sir.
Thank you, Pete. Pete's doing a great job, by the way. Thank you very much. General, please.
Mr. President, today is a great day for the nation as we double down on protection of the homeland. As you're aware, our adversaries have become very capable and very intent on holding the homeland at risk. While we have been focused on keeping the peace overseas, our adversaries have been quickly modernizing their nuclear forces, building out ballistic missiles capable of hosting multiple warheads, building out hypersonic missiles capable of attacking the United States within an hour and traveling at 6,000 miles an hour, building cruise missiles that can navigate around our radar and our defenses, building submarines that can sneak up on our shores, and worse yet, building space weapons. It is time that we change that equation and start doubling down on the protection of the homeland. Golden Dome is a bold and aggressive approach to hurry up and protect the homeland from our adversaries. We owe it to our children and our children's children to protect them and afford them a quality of life that we have all grown up enjoying. Golden Dome will afford that. I greatly appreciate your trust in me and your nomination in me and your trust in the team to deliver this. It is a great day for America.
And also, very importantly, it's we're the only ones that have this. We call it super technology. Nobody else has it, and nobody else has really near what we have. So this is a very exciting project. This is something that will, I mean, the general said close to 100% protection. So that's something we need. I think it's a very, and everything's going to be made in the USA, by the way, very importantly. So it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. And I just noticed you too, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of Independence.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, will this take down the balloons drifting over America? Yes. It should stop it from even getting inside. Well, actually, it depends. If the balloon is like pretty much set from here, like it was released inside in American grounds, then no. But I mean, if they found a way to make it go over our airspace or come into our airspace, then yeah, that's where our missile defense system comes in and knock it right out of the sky, as it should.
And that was in the vault for,
or in case any, military force want to get bold with their Air Force and think they can just, come on over here.
many decades right under this area. They have vaults with pictures on top. You have Abraham Lincoln. You see, that was the original Abraham Lincoln, the original Washington. And does everybody know who the middle was? General Grant. And so it's very exciting. You look over here, and above Ronald Reagan, you have Thomas Jefferson. That's Monroe from the Monroe document. And you know who that is, right? Andrew Jackson. So we have a lot of very exciting pictures, and on the other side, likewise, some great presidents and great people. And many of these, because people were asking about them, many of them, almost all of them, were in the vaults or nearby, but generally in the vaults downstairs. Well, we have some great. So it's very exciting, and the place has become a little different than you first saw it, Jim, right?
Yes, much
It's a
better.
little bit different, it's slightly better. But to think we had them, and some were in the vaults for over 100 years. So it's pretty cool stuff. Everybody knows Jim Banks. He's a great congressman, and now he's a great senator from Indiana. And you might want to say a few words.
Well, your legacy with Space Force, Mr. President, is already big, but the Golden Dome is going to be an even bigger legacy for our country. And Indiana is going to help you make it.
Right.
The space satellites that are made at Fort Wayne, Indiana by L3 Harris, all the work done at Crane Navy Base in Southern Indiana is going to be a big part of it. And Hoosiers are very proud of that. We're proud of you. Thank you very much.
It'll be a big factor. Thank you, and good luck, and congratulations. You won that race by a lot. That wasn't even a contest, right?
Well, thanks to you and all of your support.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please go ahead. You missed that. This is Senator Kramer, and he's one of our best. Can't get any better. Go ahead.
Well, you're very nice, Mr. President, and thanks for this. And I remember the day in your first term when you called, and I was a brand new baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, and you said, I want to have a Space Force. Would you lead the effort on the Senate Armed Services Committee? And And I felt so proud thinking that you chose me, and only to find out later no one else would do it. But nonetheless, it worked out really, really, really well because North Dakota has some great space assets and that contribute to that and to Golden Dome. No surprise that you would be the president that would come along and put the homeland first. And this is just one more example of that. So thanks for this and for allowing me this afternoon. By the way, let me just add.
And speaking of Space Force, the Space Force is doing something a bit controversial. It is trying to take over an island that that we were using to nuke. I mean, this is wild. Let me tell you the story about this island. So there was an island out there that already had people on it, and we wanted to use it to test our nukes. And this is back when we had the atomic bomb and all that good stuff, and the hydrogen bomb. We wanted to test the hydrogen bomb. So we pretty much paid these people to come off their land, and then we sat them front seat to watch their land get bombed by our nuke. Like, we made a show out of it. And then, you know, a little bit later, we pushed them on the land, and you know what happened? They got cancer. I know, right? America, back in the day, huh?
Had my strong endorsement of General Goodline's role in leading this. I don't know anybody better, for sure.
But that very island, the Space Force now want to use to, do launches, I guess.
Better equipped to do it than he is.
Everybody said that.
Yeah,
That's
for sure.
Dan Sullivan, Alaska, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your continued leadership on missile defense. We were talking earlier how in 2019 at the Pentagon, you laid out a speech about the missile defense review that had all these principles on.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. Make sure we double tap the screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner to like and subscribe to the channel.
Missile defense you articulated then during your first term, and now the Golden Dome is all of that. So you're continuing to lead. We really appreciate it. You know, the Congress is stepping up, as you mentioned right now in the budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion for the Golden Dome. And what Senator Kramer and Senator Banks and I and many others, we're working on and I briefed you on this before, sir, on our Golden Dome Act, which we think will have, in terms of legislation that can help cement what you're doing right here, getting the Congress behind it, not just with the funding, but with authorization. So we're working closely with Secretary Hegseth, General Gutlein, and the whole team. So we're very honored to be here, sir. And, you know, Alaska is the cornerstone of missile defense right now in terms of ground-based missile interceptors, in terms of radar systems.
Cornerstone of missile defense and, honestly, our rare earth minerals. Like, that is definitely one of our states with a whole lot of untapped potential.
And track incoming missiles. So my state is honored to continue to play a critical role in all of this and build on it. And we're really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Great. Any questions?
Mr. President, you had mentioned at the beginning of your remarks that this was a campaign promise of yours. Have military commanders asked for this system specifically? Because NORAD had said previously that the current system was adequate. So what does this get the United States?
Somebody said the
isn't
current
already
system is adequate.
before?
There really is no current system. We have certain areas of missiles and certain missile defense, but there's no system. We just have some very capable weapons that hopefully we never have to use, but we have some very capable weapons. Now, this is a different league. There's never been anything like this. This is something that's going to be very protective. I think you can rest assured there'll be nothing like this. Nobody else is capable of building it either.
Was it something that military commanders asked you for? Did they ask you to do this?
Well, let me put it differently. I suggested it, and they all said, "We love the idea, sir."
I mean, honestly, he campaigned on this, so it's not really anything he kind of got from the Pentagon. So no, the Pentagon didn't really push him towards this. Trump been had this idea since before the election. He campaigned on, I want to get a Golden Dome for our national security and our missile defense, and everybody was down with it. Trust me. Like, and no, it sounds a bit neoconish, but I mean, what's not to me. People were trying to say that, but I was like, I don't know what's like so bad about making sure we're protected from missiles, an airstrike. Like, I mean, think about it like this. Pearl Harbor will never happen again.
It's the way it's got to be, right?
Not even with human error.
And they wanted it badly once it was suggested. I don't know if they ever thought they would be lucky enough to have it, but we were able to get it done, and we have all the funding, so pretty much tucked away. I think most people feel it's very important to have. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you first announced this idea critics said it would be prohibitively expensive, potentially ineffective, and could trigger an arms race in space. What do you say to those critics
Trigger an
about
arm
that?
race.
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I told you Canada wants to be a part of it, which be, fairly small expansion. But we'll work with them on pricing. We'll be dealing with them on pricing. They know about it very much. They've asked to be a part of it, actually. They've asked us to be a part of it. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. We took in $5.1 trillion in the last 4 days in the Middle East. And when you think about it, this is a tiny fraction of that. But we make it all here. We're going to make it all here. We have, when I will tell you, an adversary told me, a very big adversary told me the most brilliant people in the world are Silicon Valley. He said, we cannot duplicate, and we can't. This was somebody that I won't tell you who it is, but you'd be amazed. We have the most brilliant minds in the world doing this kind of thing, the equipment, the space, the computers, everything. But I said that we just can't duplicate what you have there in Silicon Valley. We never have been able to. And there's a very strong group of people and very strong minds, but they can't. So we have things that nobody else can have. You see what we've done helping Israel with that. You probably wouldn't have in Israel. They launched probably 500 missiles altogether. And I think one half of a missile got through. And that was only falling to the ground as scrap metal. It's pretty amazing. And this is in terms of technology, far advanced from that system.
And just one follow-up on the adversaries. Have you addressed Russia's ventures in space with a space-based nuclear weapon and told Putin to stop in your conversations with him?
We haven't discussed it, but at the right time we will. Yeah.
Mr. President,
I have heard about that. Like they say that Russia is testing to put nukes in space, guys. I know, right? Nukes in space. Yeah. And that's what the intelligence has said about Russia, that they're trying to put a nuke in space, but I don't think they're actually honestly going to do it. And if they try to do it, then it is going to be a space race. A space war race, or however they're trying to say this. Because if we're talking about putting nukes in space, I would hope we're not trying to race to do that. How about race to make our society more efficient? Like, why not race to do that? So you can have the most efficient society. So you have the most advanced society, not see who can put nukes in space first. As cool as it sounds, though, as cool as it sounds.
Americans safe with this. Can you talk about the timeline? How long will this take to complete?
We think it's going to be about a little bit less than 3 years. And we'll have
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says the gov on the inside is what will destroy America. And you are not lying, bro. You're not lying. Like, trust me, almost got us too by trying to send us into this whole thing with Ukraine. And if they got their way, we would be boots on the ground in Ukraine and them telling us that, well, guys, I want you to go off into Ukraine, die in Ukraine to fight Russia, and with no benefit to us. I know, win or lose, it's no benefit to us. We're just going to sell you on the fear mongering of that Russia will expand. There will expand over to America and right through Europe. I'm like, okay, guys, okay.
big phase in very early. We're starting immediately with $25 billion. It'll cost about $175 billion completed, but we think in 2.5 to 3 years.
Are you confident that you can get the funding needed from Congress
Yeah.
quickly?
It's amazing how easy this one is to fund. Some funding is tough and some is easy. When we say we're going to save everyone's lives in a crazy world, it seems to be very easy to get. Yeah, we've already spoken to everybody we have to speak to. Everybody's in, I would say, Dan, everybody's in line here, right?
Yes, sir. $25 billion is a down payment in the budget reconciliation bill right now.
Yeah, so I think
Mr. President, on Russia,
people actually love it.
Mr. President, on Russia, are you worried about the reports on a military buildup along the borders towards Finland and Norway?
No, I don't worry about that at all. They're going to be very safe. Those are two countries that are going to be very safe.
And the secondly, sir, if I may, Volodymyr Zelensky is saying today that he's hoping for you to impose new sanctions on Russia. Are you considering that?
Well, that's going to be my determination. That's going to be nobody else.
Why is everybody trying to fire off on Russia early? Like, you're not being aggressive enough. Can we get these guys to the table? Like, can we get the no first? Like, it's almost like you're trying to force Russia into a no instead of like, bro, can you sit here, talk to Russia first before we just start throwing sanctions on these guys while we're trying to negotiate? Like, it's like that's negotiating in bad faith right there. It really is. We're like, what? You want to punish this man into doing what? Really? Like what? Giving up Ukraine? You think you can sanction him out of Ukraine? Well, you can't. So let's hold our horses. Let's wait till we get a no, and then we can go ahead and hit the man with sanctions because at least it's valid. And we're not just putting it on him just to try to bring him to the table when he's already at the table.
It's his determination. We'll see how Russia behaves. We see what's going to happen. You know, we have a pretty critical time right now. I had a talk yesterday for 2.5 hours with President Putin, as you know. I also spoke to all of the European, or to many of them, leaders, but they were representing the whole. And I think we had very good conversations yesterday. Please.
Thanks, Mr. President. What companies have asked to be involved in building this system, and have you decided on who will be building it?
Yeah, I think I'll let you answer that. You can mention some of yours from Alaska's involved, and Alaska is a big part of it because locationally they're sort of perfect. I think that's your first line of defense in certain instances. And Kevin will tell you that his state's involved, but honestly, all Georgia's going to be very big. Florida is going to be very big. They're all going to be very big. Jim, do you want to talk about Indiana?
Yeah, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where I live, we make all the space satellites at L3 Harris. Across the board, we're the top manufacturing state in the country. By the way, the tariffs have been very good for auto manufacturing.
They've been so good.
But this is going to be really good for the defense industry in my state. And there's so much money involved here. There are going to be a lot of American companies involved in making the Golden Dome.
You might also say, you're talking about the tariffs. He has some of the biggest auto plants in the world moving into Indiana, only for one reason, maybe two reasons: November 5th and the tariffs. Okay,
Yes, sir.
but the tariffs have driven tremendous business into this country. But you have one of the biggest in the world being
The Honda Civics.
right.
I mean, so far, $8 trillion in investment in this country so far. I mean, like I said, hey, Trump bringing home the bacon, and hey, it came up to $8 trillion after he already. I mean, before it was 7, but then Saudi Arabia went and blessed us with $1.2 trillion in investment. So things are looking pretty good, and it's kind of funny how they don't mention that in the economic forecast. You know how they try to plan it 10 years out. They really don't play into their, well, I would say, their results. Well, they don't play in the big beautiful bill, or the tariffs, or the new business that's coming to America, nor the investments. And then they create these doomsday scenario with the big beautiful bill, talking about it's gonna raise spending, it's gonna make America broke. And I'm just like, come on now, guys, come on, y'all numbers ain't even right.
The new Honda Civic made in Indiana. GM's added jobs. Eli Lilly moving pharmaceutical manufacturing from China to the United States, $27 billion. Go on and on with good news in Indiana and across the country because of the tariffs.
Our country was cold as ice a year ago, and now we have the hottest country in the world. This is the hottest country in the world. Nobody even close. If you look at even this last trip that I made, the respect that is paid to our country. We've went from being laughed at all over the world, and now we're the hottest country in the world by far. Dan, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think when you look at the system that you've laid out, it's an idea in your executive order of a layered defense. So you have initial ground-based missile interceptors, which are made by some of the big defense companies, Lockheed, Martin, Raytheon. But the beauty of your vision, Mr. President, is that it's layered, it's open architecture, and it goes up into space. So this is going to be some of the new defense tech companies that are very interested in it and can bring missile defense at a cost that I don't think, you said it, Mr. President, is unimaginable in terms of how much lower the cost is. So it's all across the board in terms of companies. Senator Kramer and I just met with a bunch of them last week that are interested in this. And you said it earlier, Mr. President, our technology sector is head and shoulders above any other place in the world. And they're going to be a key part of this. And I think that's why it makes it so exciting.
Mr. President, I think one of the things that's, and you alluded to this, the new autonomous space age defense ecosystem is more about Silicon Valley than it is about big metal, right? And so what's exciting about this is it makes it available to everybody to participate, to compete. Big companies, mid-sized companies, small companies, but General Goodline is the perfect person again to sort all that out because he understands how it has to work together ultimately.
And Pete, maybe we'll close with you. We have been discussing this for a long time. Peter and I used to discuss it when I was going to go on a show that he did very well and had tremendous ratings, but all he wanted to talk about was the military. He didn't want to talk about anything else. We used to talk about this. How about you closing it out?
Yes, sir. I mean, like I said, without your vision, willing to say and do things when other people wanted to look away and pretend like the threat didn't exist, or be focused on foreign adventurism, some other threat that we've been told is affecting us. When you looked at the data, sir, from Russia to the Communist Chinese and their capabilities, what they're trying to do to supersede us and threaten us, how do we find the best innovators, the best military leaders, the best companies, tech companies? You mentioned.
Because honestly, to be quite honest with you, the Golden Dome, it does kind of solve all of our national security problems, especially when it comes to the threat of Russia, because like I said, these guys got some rockets that I guess do some crazy things. And I also believe that China, I think they're trying to get their drone game up. So like I said, these guys are either going to try to hit us with missiles, flood us with drones, or we're one step ahead of these guys with the Golden Dome.
Open architecture, that's exactly right. So multiple companies can pour into this, sir. It's a layered defense. So if you miss at one, you catch at the next. And it integrates existing technologies that can speak to each other. So it moves quickly while also investing in further ranging space-based interceptors. So our enemies, our adversaries are going to pay a lot of attention to this, just like they have to President Trump from day one. So you're defending the homeland, defending the American people. It's going to benefit my kids, grandkids, all of ours in this room. So thank you for your leadership. We're going to charge it as fast as we can.
Very good. Great job, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Press. No cuts. No cuts to Medicaid. No cuts to Medicaid.
No cuts to Medicaid, man. We just cutting the fraud out of Medicaid. But I don't know. For some reason, you guys don't like that. But all right, now let's get to the Trump, and I believe it was Speaker Mike Johnson. All right, let's get right to it.
The Hill, the meeting is over. Drop on in.
There was no shouting. I think it was a meeting of love. There were a couple of things that we talked about specifically where some people felt a little bit one way or the other, not a big deal. And I covered them. It wasn't so much a speech. I covered certain points. And I think I'd be very surprised.
You told him you were losing patience. Are you losing patience?
No, I didn't tell him. Who told you I said I'm losing?
That's what we heard inside the room. You said you didn't say you were losing patience.
Who's told you that?
We heard from people inside the room.
Oh, really? That's totally true. I never used the term. I didn't say losing. I didn't even talk about it. In fact, it's the opposite. I think we're going to get it done. I'm not losing patience. We're ahead of schedule. Anybody that told you that is a liar. Wait a minute.
I mean, yeah, like he's not really frustrated because what was it? They wanted to get this signed by July 4th. We're in May. It ain't even June. So yeah, this is ahead of schedule. I mean, just like everything else. Because like I said, I thought China was going to take a lot longer for China to fold and for our economy to fall apart. But I mean, that happened in a month. And I mean, everybody says that the economy was going to be going in a downward spiral for a month or so. It's back up and stabilizing. So, you know, hey, man, every time y'all doubt the man, he overperforms.
I never mentioned the word losing patience because I'm not losing patience. We're ahead of
That's why I asked you. I want to get
But why don't you go back to your source and tell them they're liars if the source even exists?
Bill passes the House.
Yeah.
Senators are already talking about making a number of changes.
Sure. Always
Is
have.
that okay?
Yeah.
You want them to follow
Yeah,
this bill?
in some cases, they have things that I like even better. No, it always happens. There'll be some changes. But John Thune and Mike have been very closely aligned. They've been moving it up together.
Apparently you said don't act with Medicaid around. You did say in the room. There is some concern among some Republicans, including Senator Josh Hawley, that this could impact benefits and that could be amount to a quote hidden tax on the.
I didn't say, here's what I said.
I'm wondering if you're.
Here's what I said. What do you want to say? I said waste, fraud, and abuse for Medicaid. If you find waste or fraud or abuse, we want to strengthen Medicaid. We want to strengthen Medicaid.
Exactly. And that's what they're not really telling the people. They're cutting Medicaid. No, they're cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse out of Medicaid. all the Medicaid, the people who shouldn't be getting paid, and the people who really is just finessing the system somehow, some way, or scamming the system. That's what's being cut. So when they say they're cutting Medicaid, yeah, we're taking out all the fraudulent payments and all the waste out of Medicaid. You're welcome.
Waste, fraud, and abuse. The Democrats will let illegals be on, they'll destroy it. It will be destroyed. They want to have illegal immigrants be on. And if you do that, because it wasn't designed for that. Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Can you guarantee that your voters who supported the election, particularly working class voters, will not lose health insurance under this bill?
Oh, they won't lose health insurance. Not only that, remember, I'm cutting drug prices by 85%. And right now, I'm saving it. I'm saving the whole thing because
I mean, but they don't want to report that. That's a crazy thing. Like, yes, Trump is pretty much lowering our prescription prices by making these making the pharmaceutical companies pay most favored country prices. So if they can't work out a deal with us, then we're just gonna go ahead and pay the lowest cost of, well, whatever country they're letting it get off like that. I mean, hey, if a country's paying $5 for that pill, but we were paying 20, well, we're paying $5 for it now.
Because I did something that nobody was willing to do. Other countries pay a tiny fraction what we do. And I instituted favored nations. We're now going to pay the lowest in the world. We're going to be the equivalent of the lowest country in the world. People go to London, they go to Canada, they go to other countries, many other countries, because they want to buy their pharmaceutical products, their drugs, at a fraction of the cost. Now we're going to have the lowest cost anywhere in the world, and nobody else would do that but me. And that might be an election by itself, might be election winning. Now, when you add that in, when you put that into Medicaid and Medicare, we just strengthened Medicare and Medicaid. And the Democrats won't do that. You know why? Because they're taken care of by the drug companies. And the ones that are taken care of are hard line. Some Republicans get money from drug companies, and that's okay, because they're okay with it. I talked about it.
Yeah.
The drug companies take care of everybody. It's the biggest lobby, most powerful lobby in the world. There's no lobby like that.
And they was letting us screw. Bro, here's the thing. The Republicans were the main ones talking about prescription prices. Main ones complaining about prescription prices, but never wanted to fix it. Trump comes along and fixed it. They're silent. Just like they were the main ones complaining about the corporate elites. Main ones saying we need to help the middle class. Did nothing about it. Trump comes in and now, well, everybody got tariffs confused and nobody sees what he's trying to do. And now everybody's holding water for the corporate elites now. I mean, they didn't got you to go against your own interests at this point.
But the Republicans are okay with it. Not only okay with it, they love it. It was time. So we're going to cut drug prices from 75 to 85, in some cases even more than that. You know, I was telling the story that, and some of you were at that news conference. I gave a news conference where I was the first one in 18 years to cut drug costs for the year. And they were like a quarter of a point to half a point less. And I was very proud of that. Now I'm cutting them by 80, 85%, because I stopped the scam. This was a scam between the middlemen and the drug companies. This was a giant scam. And by the way, and other countries, because other countries fought for this. This was a giant scam, and we're not going to have it. So remember this. Go back and tell your people, if you'd like to, that the Republican Party is cutting the cost of drugs by as much as 85%, not 8%, not 5%, not 1%, 85%. And you're going to have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world, because I'm doing favored nations, and it's all done. I signed it. And the Democrats will unsign it, and the drug prices are going to go.
Yeah, because little did everybody know that these pharmaceutical companies are wild, because not only do America invent most of these, medical advancement and pharmaceuticals and all that good stuff, we invent it. We also pay for the research and development of it, and then we take on the cost of it. I mean, bro, really? Yes, the world has literally been eating off us for years at this point, literally been eating off of our good grace and our research and our technological, and our medical advancements. And we're fitting the bill at the same time. I mean, you're welcome, but it's going to end really soon.
Go. And I think on that issue alone, you can't lose an election.
And shout out to my man Will You Teach Me says they mad Trump is doing what they expected Dems to do. Exactly. I mean, Dems were supposed to go against the corporate elites. The Dems were supposed to go against China to save the American middle class because they're who are they supposed to be for? The American middle class, your working man. But that's not what they did. No, not at all. Actually, they're listening to the big bankers and the big corporations, the same villains you villainize. I mean, you guys villainize Walmart all the time. Walmart start bitching about tariffs and you don't want to tell them to eat the tariffs. Actually, you guys are holding Walmart's water and being like, oh, why should Walmart eat the tariffs? I thought you guys were against the corporate elites. Really? I thought, but I guess not.
Mr. President, weaponizing with the arrest of a congresswoman, Democratic congresswoman.
Oh, give me a break. Did you see her? She was out of control.
Did you
You know, those days are over.
Did
The
you
days
tell her
of
to do
woke,
that?
the days of woke, no, I didn't. The days of woke are over. That woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this country. We're gonna have law and order.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You campaigned on lowering the price of groceries. How do you justify cutting food assistance in this bill?
Let me just tell you, the cut is.
I mean, hold on. I mean, he did cut the prices of groceries. That did happen. But I mean, what does cutting SNAP benefits have to do with the food prices? What? But okay, let me go ahead and explain what you're trying to get into, because they did cut SNAP, right? But here's the thing, though. They're trying to say that because he's cutting SNAP, that there's going to be a lot of people, there's going to be a lot of kids who don't get school lunches. And that's just not true. The thing about SNAP is that if you are a family that's on SNAP, your kid is automatically enrolled into school lunches. If you are not, then you just got to sign up with the school or whatever program it be. And then you go ahead and get your kid, but then your kid gets his school lunch, his or her. It's about as simple as that. So they are kind of misframing the argument about, oh, you're cutting SNAP benefits. No, not really.
Going to give everybody much more food because prices are coming way down. Groceries are down. Eggs. You told me about eggs. You asked me a question about eggs my first week. You said eggs. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And it was going through the roof. You know that eggs now are way down. Everybody's buying eggs. Groceries down. Energy's down. Gasoline is now they're buying gasoline now for $1.99. If you look back, you'll see $3.50, $4. This country, we're going to lose this country. Our country now is respected all over the world. All over the world we're respected. We were a laughing stock. The entire world we were a laughing stock. I went to the Middle East, and those rulers of those three countries are very powerful people, very big people, very rich people. They respect our country again. China was going to take them over. You know, China was going to they were going to get into the, if you look, study.
And shout out to my man James Foley, said we found one of those boss level LGBTQ laugh my ass off in the chat. Hide your kids, hide your cat, set, hide your dreads, or cut them so they stay away for good. Oh wow. Wow. But shout out to my man Foley. Shout out to the rest of the supporters, man. I appreciate you guys. Make sure we double tap this screen and like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Yes, the very 3 tiny dots to like and subscribe to the channel.
Arabia, you take a little look what was happening with Qatar, UAE. Great people, unbelievable leaders, but they were abandoned by this country. And they're not going to China anymore. They love us, we love them. We're going to take care of them, and they're going to take care of us. We came back with $5.1 trillion. Every other president would have come back having spent $5.1 trillion as usual. And remember this, we were losing $5 billion a day under the past administration. I have to be a little careful.
And the Dems had no plan for that. None at all. They were just gonna let our middle classes get drained out and we have no jobs. And you know who that have benefited? The corporate elites and the big bankers. I mean, they wouldn't have got affected, and they'd have made sure the Democrats would have been good. But guess who'd have been out of a job? Well, your fellow middle class Americans. And the Dems had no plan for it. Actually, they was ready to walk right off the cliff. They didn't care.
For the way I talk, because there's a lot of anger about that administration. And by the way, the real question, who ran the auto pen? Okay, who ran the auto pen? Because the things that were signed illegally, in my opinion. I think we've just proved that. But our country is respected again. All over the world, we're respected. We were laughed at 7 months ago. Then you had November 5th, and our country is respected again. Thank you.
Do you think Congressman Lawler and the other stalled Republicans will vote for this bill?
That man walked off on him.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
But all right, now let's get to the other part of this. And shout out to, whoops, wrong one here. But you know what? Stay with me real quick, guys, while I go ahead and get the right one up here. Boom.
Of holdups. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There's some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. But I think we're going to have tremendous, not luck, we have tremendous talent. This man has done an incredible job as Speaker. You know, we had a majority of 1. We were 1 heart attack away from losing the House. Okay, now we have 7. That's a big, because we won some elections, as you probably noticed, and we're going to win a lot of elections. We have an economy that's roaring. We took out 5.1 billion. If you take a look, 5.1 trillion with a T, not a B. 5.1 trillion out of the Middle East. They're investing more than that. It's going to be ultimately more than that. With 180 wide-body Boeing aircraft. They're spending money at levels that nobody's ever seen. Usually a president goes for a trip and he loses money. In other words, he gives money. We went for a trip and we took out 5.1.
And shout out to my man, Will You Teach Me? He says, why are sanctuary cities mad about illegals coming? Because the people didn't ask for it. I mean, yes, the people of these sanctuary cities did not ask for these immigrants just to be dumped on them. I mean, Chicago didn't ask for it. Springfield didn't ask for it. There's a lot of other sanctuary cities that did not ask for these citizens to be dropped on them, but their government just forced it upon them. Or we say their leadership. So their mayor, governor said, you know what? It don't matter. F the people. We're just going to throw these immigrants on there and just kind of mess up the whole social order there. And now we got high crime. Now we got people that's afraid to go outside. And jobs are also being, taken up by these illegals that could have went to, not illegals, but non-citizens that could have went to American citizens. Because, Dems hate when I say illegals.
$1 trillion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. And that's just the beginning. So I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy. And we're going to have a bill, the one big, beautiful bill. I think it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we got to get it done. Tremendous tax cuts for people, tremendous incentives, tremendous regulation cuts, all these regulations that are so horrible. Mm-hmm. And now you find out what happened because
the regulation cuts is what's going to get all these factories like up and booming. Like to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised they start getting these guns built within a year, just within a year. And those you don't know, it takes about 1 to 3 years to build a factory, not 10. So yeah, get that out your head. But shout out to my man Zoloff. He says all y'all TDS in the chat need help, and Trump's gonna give it to y'all, and you're gonna like it too. Better thank him after. I mean, yeah, y'all better be grateful. And no, for real, y'all better be grateful. Man, going against the corporate elites. And you guys don't appreciate it. Instead, you're over here championing their talking points, holding water for the corporate elites, and just not really honestly understanding what you guys are really saying. Like, this man Dems ran on going against the corporate elites. Trump does it. Now the Dems are for the corporate elites now. I mean, I showed you a video last night where a CNN host was literally showing us how the big banks are scared, big corporations are scared, and some of them, here's the thing, some of them are not going to pass down, they're not going to raise their prices because of the tariffs. A lot of these guys are going to go ahead and eat it because they want to keep their competition in the market. And trust me, Walmart is low-key just playing games, but I'll explain that later on.
Look, it's a very sad thing what happened, but we're going to start looking into this whole thing with who signed this legislation. Who signed legislation opening our border? I don't think he knew. I said there's nobody that can want an open border. Nobody. And now I find out that it wasn't him. He auto-penned it. Who was operating the auto-pen? This is a very serious thing. We had a president that didn't sign anything. He auto-penned almost everything. He opened the borders of the United States of America. And I kept saying, who would do such a thing? Allowing criminals to pour in from all over the world, not just South America, all over the world. They came in from Africa, they came in from Asia, they came from the Congo. The prisons in the Congo in Africa, these are rough people. The prisons from the Congo are empty. You know where they are? They're in this country. Who would sign this? Nobody would sign it. No sane person would sign it. You know who signed it? Radical left lunatics that were running our country, and the Auto Pen signed it. And they didn't want him, and they were disappointed in getting him because they wanted Bernie Sanders. And then after about 2 weeks, they said, wait a minute, this is a gift. He'll do anything. We're going to use the Auto Pen. And they used the Auto Pen and everything. He didn't approve this stuff because when Joe Biden was with it, he would never have approved it. You take a look, he would have never approved open borders. Go ahead, another one.
Are Republicans still grandstanding in your view?
Oh, yeah, sure. You have a couple that will grandstand.
I ain't gonna, after learning all this stuff about Biden and understanding that they've been hiding this since the beginning, it's making me wonder. It's like, can we even really blame Biden anymore at this point? Like, let's just say the Biden administration, because obviously this man was not running the country at this point. And who's running that Auto Pen? Because now it's looking more than likely that it wasn't Biden. I mean, hey, I'm still going to say that it was, but until the facts come out. But now it's looking more than likely not. And shout out to my man, Fox Chase. If you got the balls, put your profession in the chat. Oh, dang. He's like, all right, since y'all want to talk like economist, who's an economist teacher? Shoot, who works for, I mean, who's an economist for a firm? I mean, shoot, show your credentials.
But I think even the grandstanders should.
Did you even take an econs class in college or something? Like, please.
The alternative is a 68% tax increase. And you can blame the Democrats for that and one or two grandstanders. We only have one or two, but we have tremendous support. But you'll have a 68% tax increase, or you'll get a massive tax decrease. You'll get a tax cut, the likes of which we've never had before. This is bigger than any Ronald Reagan tax cut. It's even bigger than the tax cut that I gave, because as you know, that's being extended and increased. So this is the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. Or you'll get a 68% tax increase. And if that happens, I mean, what Republican could vote for that to happen? Because they wouldn't be a Republican much longer. They would be knocked out so fast. But we're going up to details. This is I'm a cheerleader for this party, and I'm a cheerleader for the country.
Weak.
Much more importantly for the country. But I'm a cheerleader for the party, and we're going to go up, and I think we're going to have a very good discussion. There are one or 2 points that some people feel strongly about, but maybe not so
On
strong.
one of those points, do you consider some of the proposals on the table in co-pay and provider tax as a benefit cut? How are you viewing those?
Well, we are looking at one thing. We're not doing any cutting of anything meaningful. The only thing we're cutting is waste, fraud, and abuse. With Medicaid, waste, fraud, and abuse. There's tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. There's incompetent things, but we have illegal aliens that are multiple killers with multiple murder records getting Medicaid. I don't think anybody minds if we cut that. The Democrats, on the other hand, are going to destroy it because they're going to.
Biden was out there giving, like, I mean, yes, Biden was literally giving Social Security cards to, immigrants, giving Social Security cards to non-immigrants. And then I remember the crazy, what is his name? Sam Cedar. Yes, this man literally said, yeah, well, don't you know that there was a non-voting on the Social Security? I was like, bro, there's only three types of Social Security, and there's no such thing as a non-voter Social Security. Maybe a non-employment, but even with that one, you can still get you a license and then go out there and register and vote. So what's your point? What was that point again that man had? Because it sounded pretty dumb when I heard it.
Leave these people on. We're cutting three things: waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not changing Medicaid, and we're not changing Medicare, and we're not changing Social Security. And if I wanted to do those things, I would have done it during my 4 years. And we would.
What's your message to, Mr. President, what's your message to your fellow New Yorker Republicans who are hung up on the SALT issue?
Well, SALT is a very interesting thing because the governors of New York and Illinois, the big JB is going nowhere. Probably right now he could be the worst governor in the country. But Illinois and Gavin Newsom, those are the people that want this. And they're Democrat states. They're all Democrat states. Ronald Reagan tried very hard to get this passed, was unable to do it the way we have it, where basically everybody's treated equally. He tried it so hard and he never got it done. He was always disappointed. He never got it done. We got it done. Now people want to change it. So we're going to be talking about that. But the biggest beneficiary, if we do that, are governors from New York, Illinois, and California. And those governors are the ones.
Man, and shout out to my man Fox Chase. He said no tax on overtime will give 10K single and 20K married deduction. I mean, honestly, it all depends too on how much overtime you put in, man. That could be a 30K deduction for all you know.
That blew it because they weren't able to get
Well,
it.
or I would say 30K plus a year on your take-home pay, depending if you're really putting in those hours. And Lord knows everybody's gonna start putting in those hours, especially police officers, because they get all the overtime in the world.
So I think we're going to be explaining that these are all very blue states.
Man, look, man, being a police officer about to be a six-figure job overnight.
That I don't really believe. We had honest elections. I don't actually believe. I think I would have won California. I would have won New York. I even think I would have won Illinois. I think we have to, we're going to start this after. I was talking to Mike, and again, I'm his biggest fan. I love this guy. He's the only guy who could have walked in with a one. Think of it. You can't be a guy like me and have a one majority. You have to be a guy like him, a nice person. He's very religious. He prays. He's a man of God. So am I, but he's really to a new level. I will tell you. He is a great guy. They love him in Louisiana. They love him that's the only kind of guy. Somebody said, oh, well, we want somebody that if you put a certain personality in there, you would have never, look at what he got passed, what he's gotten passed. And just so you understand, he's getting this passed too. And I don't think there's anybody I could give you guys that is so tough. You guys would run if you ever looked at him. If you ever saw some of these guys, you would not ask them questions.
He said, no, say it caps at 10K and 20K. Okay, so after 10K and 20K in overtime, pretty much then they start taxing you. All right, well, what's the tax? All right, I'm going to have to look that one up and wonder what's the tax rate after.
You'd be afraid to. This guy did something that I don't think there's anybody that's more well-suited to be Speaker of the House, especially in a case like this. Remember, we had a majority of one for 6 months, and that was a very frightening thing because the Democrats have really hurt our country. And we are going to go into very much, remember what I said, the auto pay. This government was illegally run for 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, should the DOJ be charging a member of Congress?
All right. All right, now let's get to some words about this man's bill.
Council of Economic Advisors. We've got Steve Myron, who is the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, and we have to deal with one big, beautiful tax cut bill, spending and tax cut and deregulation bill. Steve, welcome back to the show. Just right at the top, you're putting in a much bigger economic growth rate than the Congressional Budget Office, which, by the way, put out some kind of update today and once again said extending the tax cuts is going to cost close to $4 trillion, despite the fact that revenues have been rising ever since 2017 when that bill was put into place. But I want to talk to you about your own estimates. You're looking for 4% plus in the first year or two and roughly 3% plus in the next bunch of years. And that makes a big difference in revenues, in deficits, and in debt. Tell us about your estimates and why you're above the CBO.
Yeah, so thanks for having me, Larry. It's good to see you. The Council of Economic Advisors just put out a white paper. It's on our website. You can get it at the CEA website on the White House website. And we found exactly what you said, that over the next 4 years, the tax bill, the one big beautiful bill, would boost GDP, would boost the economy by about 4.2 to 5.2% over the next 4 years relative to what happens if the bill doesn't pass. It'll create about 7 million new jobs, and it'll boost take-home pay for a typical family of four, take-home pay by about $8,000 to $13,000, right? So these are very significant growth effects, and that's why it's so critical that we get this bill over the line.
So help me out on this. I don't understand. I keep reading in various publications, the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere, the news pages of these papers.
And they do not talk about the job creation, especially when it comes to rolling back regulations. So a lot of these construction companies can get busy. Yeah, they do not talk about the job boom that's also going to happen under this bill. but it's crazy. Like, they leave out all the benefits. I'm pretty sure there are some downsides to the bill, but I mean, there's a whole lot of benefits that we definitely voted for. So trust me, we're getting everything we want out of the bill. Now, like I said, the only reason these Dems are mad is because, well, it's not Kamala Harris. So there you go.
That the Republican plan is going to increase deficits by $3 trillion over the next 10 years. Now, the CBO baseline itself increases deficits by $20 trillion over the next 10 years. Yep. Under Biden, it was roughly $2 trillion a year. Now, this is their own base.
And man, we're talking about the same Dems that said, oh, the government is spending more because it's taking less from the people. Like, yes. It was when they came out with Trump and Kamala Harris's tax plan. And they said that Trump tax plan adds like $4 trillion. And they said that, and this is how they got to that math, guys. You can actually look this up in the Wall Street Journal. They actually said that because the government and because of Trump's tax cut and the government is taking less from the people, they're pretty much accounting that as government spending. So because the government is not taking money from you, they're using that total sum and saying that is government spending.
Baseline. So you're going to come in at $3 trillion. That would be a lot less than the $20 trillion. And probably it slopes down, although we haven't seen exactly what the House is going to produce. We'll have to see the scorecard later. Or, for example, with your kind of growth rate, there aren't going to be any deficits at all. Let's say the next 3 or 4 years, 5 years, there'll still be deficits, and then they'll evaporate. But where's this plus $3 trillion come from?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Look, I'm so glad you brought this up. And I think it's really unfortunate that this conversation tends to be dominated by the CBO scoring process, because the Congressional Budget Office leaves out so much when they're calculating their scores. Here's all the things they leave out that are going to bring the deficit way down. They leave out the fact that this bill is going to boost growth. It's going to boost economic growth, which is huge. We get economic growth to 3%. It creates $4 trillion new revenues over a decade, right? Mm-hmm. That's number one. Number two is tariff revenue. We're taking in hundreds of billions on an annualized basis of tariff.
And shout out to Parabolic Coverage. He said your tax rate is only based on your overall income. And yes, we know. And that's why I believe maybe, like, I would say maybe 70 to 80. I dare say maybe 95% of everybody in here is probably that in between that 30K to 80K range. And that is getting a 15% reduction in taxes. So not just so if you're also working overtime, you make between that 30 and 80K, you also get 15% reduction in taxes. So yes, my man is right. He is right.
Tariff revenue. That brings down deficit another percentage point of GDP. Number three is going to be interest expenses. This bill and deregulation together kill inflation. By pushing out the supply side of the economy, we kill inflation completely. That allows interest rates to come down. If they come down to where they were before COVID, it's another point at least off of the deficit. And then there's cuts to waste, fraud, and abuse. Between all these things, we can reduce deficit by about 3 to 4 percentage points worth of GDP. This is huge, and none of it's in the scoring process. So it's really unfortunate that the CBO scoring process dominates the conversation.
And there is a considerable amount of savings from Medicaid and other programs that the House has just come up with, okay? And they may not be done. And the Senate may go beyond that, okay? $1.5 trillion worth or maybe more than that. See, I just don't understand how the deficit can go up if you have pro-growth tax cuts, all right, incentives to produce, incentives to invest. All that's going to calm the inflation rate down. You've got the tariff revenues coming in. Okay, you've got that. You've got budget cuts coming in. That's what is so baffling to me. And I keep reading, not that deficits are on a downward glide path, but that they're actually going to go up $3 trillion. But wait a minute, even if they went up $3 trillion, Steve, even if they did, it would still be less than the $20 trillion under Joe Biden, where you had $2 trillion deficits as far as the eye can see. Do you follow? What are these newsrooms thinking?
Yeah, well, look, they're just following what the CBO is putting out, and the CBO is focusing on one tiny part of the fiscal policy and one tiny part of the economy, and they're ignoring all this other stuff that's going on that you described. But I think it's pretty obvious that tax cuts created...
I mean, when they came out with that number saying that, oh, he's going to drive up the national debt, it's like, you guys didn't take none of the benefits of the big, beautiful bill into there, huh? You didn't even account for the tariff revenue either. You guys just laid out this plan and just said, hey, F it, this is what's going to happen. And now we're just all supposed to eat that. Yeah, no. It's especially when you ain't come with especially when you solve that problem without putting in all the variables. Nah. You need to work that problem out again.
Did the economic boom in President Trump's first term, and debt to GDP was stable. Debt as a share of GDP was very stable, and tax cuts are going to create the economic boom in President Trump's second term. Also, it's very simple.
And you're saying also for middle income folks, working folks, I would call them blue collar folks, their after tax take home pay is going to go up because tax savings are going to go up. Just give us a little bit of wisdom on that.
Yeah, so there's a number of things going on. First of all is direct tax cuts, which improve people's take-home pay. Number two is that GDP is going to go higher because of all the economic activity we're going to create. And the president's proposals, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, tax relief for seniors, right? These are all going to create a booming economy with additional labor supply. And then the tax incentives for firms to invest in America, full expensing on equipment, full expensing on factories.
And due to the additional labor supply, that's going to drive up wages.
Right? These are huge incentives for firms to invest in the United States, build facilities in the United States, hire in the United States. And all this creates higher wages. Real wages will go up by about $6,000 to $11,000. And because families get to keep more of the taxes every week of their money that they make.
They're trying to bring in all these jobs, and the Dems want to be like, we don't got enough people for that. And I'm just like, I know. Good. Because if there's more jobs than there are people willing to work those jobs, then they have to drive up wages. Everything works out in our favor. I mean, if there were more people wanting jobs and there are jobs there are jobs available, then they could drive down wages. You see how it works, guys? It's such a beautiful process, I'm telling you. And it all works out in our favor this time, in our favor. But all right, guys, let's get to Secretary Leavitt.
Future leaders. Hi, Eloise. You look so cute back there. I'm so excited to host this briefing today in honor of National Bring Your Kids to Work Day. And it's great to see so many future leaders here. Welcome to the James S. Brady Briefing Room. My name is Caroline Leavitt, and I am the White House Press Secretary for President Donald J. Trump. He is the 45th and now the 47th President of the United States. My job at the White House is to communicate the president's message to the American people and to answer questions from journalists who work in this building every day, many of whom are your moms and your dads. Now, they ask me some pretty good questions, but I'm sure you will all have excellent questions to ask me yourselves. So before we open it up to questions today, I will give you a very short update on what the president is working on today. Earlier this morning, President Trump traveled to Capitol Hill to meet with members of the House of Representatives.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, let's not forget that the more secure people are with their wages, the more likely they will spend, which makes it to where they can afford-ish. Like, bro, for real, they can now start affording the stuff that they need or the utilities or the rent that they need to pay. Then they're talking about $800 to $1,300 a month in extra wages. Like, yeah, that's rent, car payment, whatever you need at that moment. Shoot, that's even an emergency. Well, not a medical emergency, but I would say maybe like a car emergency or something. Because extra
to talk about the
13,
one
okay.
big, beautiful bill that we are trying to pass through Congress. The president is now back at the White House where he is taking meetings. And later this afternoon, he will be making an announcement from the Oval Office with our Secretary of Defense. He's in charge of our military, Pete Hegseth. So I want to thank all of you for coming today. It's great to have you here at the People's House. And you have some very special parents who perform a very special job. And we are here to make America great again. And we live in the best country in the history of the world. And we are all very blessed to be here. So with that, thank you. I am happy to take some of your questions. And why don't you start us off, beautiful little girl? Go ahead.
What's your question for Mr. Trump?
She's thinking very hard about it.
You can ask it. You can ask it. She wants to know if Donald Trump likes to give hugs.
Oh, does he like to give hugs? You know, I think he does. I have seen him give many hugs to children and his family and our beautiful First Lady. So yes, I do think he likes to give hugs. You're welcome. Emily, would you like to ask a question?
Yes. What is the funnest part about your
I'm weak.
and the
All right.
hardest part about your job?
As adorable as this is, because it is downright adorable that she's taking questions from the kids. I'll do it again. It is adorable. I'm not even gonna lie. Hey, what can I say, man? We love the kids. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get on to Rubio's grilling at his hearing. All right, let's get to it, guys.
Or has said on this dais, including you, cares deeply about America's standing in the world. I look forward to hearing your vision for the ongoing State Department reorganization and how it will protect our national security interests. Thank you again for coming today. Again, a warm welcome, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, welcome back. 4 months ago, you sat in that chair and you said that China is, quote, the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. You called China an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor, a scientific competitor.
True.
I believe you were right.
Yep.
And yet this administration has eviscerated 6 decades of American foreign policy investments, undercutting our ability to compete with adversaries like China. And Beijing is not just sitting back. As Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and you proposed cutting
Hold on.
83%.
What does USAID got to do with fighting China? If anything, I mean, like, hold on, like, where's this going? If isn't like kind of investing in our military helping China? I mean, kind of going against China. If you're talking about, our fighting the threat of China, that would be investing in our military power. Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about, USAID, because USAID didn't really help too much when it came to China.
And of foreign assistance programs, China has promised increasing its diplomatic budget by 8.4%.
Okay.
As we move to reduce.
Okay, let them take their money. All right, if they want to take Chinese money, go ahead. If China want to go ahead and spend money that they don't really got because they're built on debt, on top of crushing debt, that's how. If you want to accept money from an economy like that, go ahead.
Reduce our diplomatic workforce and discuss closing U.S. embassies, China has more diplomatic missions than any other nation on earth. And as the U.S. canceled PEPFAR, our most successful program.
China? Bruh, they literally rob people out their land with 100-year leases. They literally rob these people of their resources and make them work to keep their resources and their land. What? They're more diplomatic than us? The communist regime of China. Really? The communists is more no. Okay. We'll let you make that argument. Go ahead.
Fighting HIV/AIDS. China has been happy to replace our global health efforts across Africa and Asia. As this administration distracts from serious national security issues with threats against Panama and Greenland, Xi Jinping has welcomed Brazil's president and other Latin American leaders pledging more than $9 billion in investments. And as the U.S. has shuttered Voice of America and Radio Free Asia and crippled the State Department's ability to counter foreign propaganda, China pours billions into propaganda, spreading lies and eroding trust in the U.S. As this administration imposes tariffs on our closest allies, China is courting them in Europe, in Asia, and in our own hemisphere. Beijing is making the case.
But you don't want to hold on now. Yeah, but you're not talking about how Mexico, Vietnam, and whatchamacallit, UK have pretty much dumping China's steel, though. You know that, right? And Vietnam and Vietnam, I think it was Indonesia and Mexico are now looking over all Chinese products. They're not letting China no longer send their products to their ports to escape American tariffs. So that all stopped. Why aren't you reporting on that? It's like, dang, all right, cheerlead for the CCP even more for us. Why don't you?
That they are, and the term they are using is frightening. They are a more reliable partner than the United States. And it's not just our allies. She is deep in ties with Putin.
You mean the guys that break every trade policy ever? Like every time you enter in trade with them, it's either they sneak in some type of intelligence in what they did with our solar panels. They were sneaking in technology so they can shut off this electricity or the grid. Like that China, The same China that pretty much says, oh yeah, don't worry, we won't steal your intellectual property. But then they steal 600 billion in intellectual property. Like that China? You saying that China is more diplomatic than us? I mean, man, this sound like a stand-up. This really sounding like a stand-up to me right now. This is a real comedy show, guys.
Shielding the Russian economy from sanctions. Because of that, and because President Trump has given away our leverage, Putin doesn't feel pressured to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. And for all the administration's talk, for all Elon Musk's promises, according to reports, Doge has not saved a dime. CBS News reports that the federal government has spent $200 billion more in its first 100 days than it did last year. And according to the Partnership for Public Service, Doge's cuts might cost American taxpayers $135 billion this year. This is in addition to the costs to American families and businesses stemming.
Yeah, but we're talking about the same. But lady, you come from the same party that said tax cuts on the American people is an increase in government spending. So I don't know about that.
From the president's trade war. I recently met with a New Hampshire company that provides ball bearings to the aerospace industry. They do a lot of their business with defense. Their lead time for steel has gone from 20 weeks to 2.5 years because of the tariffs on steel. We can't support our.
All right, then tell them to get it from the UK. Hey, they can get it expedited. There you go.
Defense industry with a 2.5 year lead time on steel. According to the Yale Budget Lab, consumers face an overall tariff rate of 17.8%, which is the highest since 1934. That's $2,800 per household each year. And these tariffs amount to the largest tax increase during peacetime in U.S. history.
So the largest inflation is down, though. What are you talking about? Like the tax increase? No prices have even went up yet. Like this is all she's forecasting, but she's speaking in today's terms, which is a bit weird for me to hear. It's like, what are you talking about, lady? Like, I see you're forecasting the worst case scenario, but that is not happening right now.
4 months ago, Mr. Secretary, you said we were going to be safer, stronger, and more prosperous. But whether it's President Trump's deals with the Sinaloa cartel to let cartel members into the United States, or watching masked agents abduct a Tufts college student, I don't feel safer.
What?
With Canadians canceling summer trips to New Hampshire. And
I mean, hold on. You don't feel safer with the border closed and us deporting the illegal gang members? And also, I mean, let's be real, us also deporting a student who is promoting pro-Hamas rhetoric to end Western civilization. You don't feel safer? I feel safer. I ain't gonna lie. I feel very safe now that he did that. I mean, under you guys, I was feeling scared to go to New York. I still somewhat am, because ain't really cleaned it up yet.
And hurting our tourism industry, I don't feel more prosperous. And after traveling to Ukraine and visiting the graves of people who were massacred on the orders of a Russian president, this administration has bent over backwards to please. I don't feel more secure. To your credit.
I mean, lady, like I said, I mean, look, if you don't want to talk about that red line, and I would tell her this to her face, like, if you're not trying to talk about that red line that NATO crossed to get Putin into this, then don't talk to me about this conversation. Don't talk to me about this, because we ain't appeasing Putin. We're trying to fix a problem that you guys let happen, because we all knew for like since Bill Clinton that NATO could never invite Ukraine in. We knew since Bill Clinton that that was a bad idea and that was going to cause a war. But for some reason, you guys pop up in power, and now it's a good idea all of a sudden. You try to make a bad idea a good one, and look where it got us. Whole bunch of Ukrainians dead, a whole bunch of taxpayer money wasted, and then you guys are still bitching about supporting them. It's like, you guys sound insane right now.
Mr. Secretary, your trip and the statement from President Trump that he will be lifting sanctions on Syria was welcome news. And you've worked to restart some programs and grant waivers to others. But contrary to what we've heard, life-saving health and humanitarian aid is still not flowing in any meaningful way. My staff was just in Africa. We have photos of the empty shelves and closed down clinics. We were promised a golden age for America. But instead, our disease surveillance programs are down. Our counterterrorism programs are in chaos. The ceasefire in Gaza has ended and fighting has begun
I
again.
mean, how we have a counterterrorism program like sweetheart. The counterterrorism program is deporting these illegals out of here. There you go. And for some reason, you guys are against that. You want to give each one of them due process, but little do you know, due process is expedited deportation, because if they can't prove that they've been here, or they can't prove that they've been an American citizen for 2 years at least, we can put them through expedited deportation. And shout out to Trump in 2019 for him putting that one in.
And we have unilaterally disarmed against some of our most dangerous adversaries. You know, one of the things that I'll never forget in the past 4 months is my trip to Ukraine, where we stopped in Poland, which has been one of the most pro-American countries in the world. But because of the cuts and the stop work orders, we met with one civil society leader who was working with Ukrainian refugees. And he said to me, to the Codel, we always looked up to Americans. You are a trusted ally. My trust in America is broken. They were told to remove all the American flags with the halt on assistance to foreign assistance. Removing all the American flags is a sad commentary on the foreign assistance legacy for this administration. American flags coming down around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Senator Shaheen. Secretary Rubio, there appears to be a modest disagreement in view of the condition today. It's your turn. Close the gap for us, please.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the National Archives. And in addition to...
we don't have time for you to list.
Okay, well, we'll focus on state today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. You know, when I came here 4 months ago, I told you that what I wanted was a State Department that was at the heart and soul of American foreign policy, that it was the single biggest driver both of action, but also of ideas. And we're well on our way to achieving that. And the way I'll talk about some of the individual things we've accomplished during that time, but first let me explain sort of some of the processes by which we seek to arrive at it. The first is a reorganization of the way the State Department functions. And we have sort of previewed that with the committee and many of the individual members. Obviously, we'll have to we've taken input and are taking input now through the notice process. And then we'll come back to you with a formal congressional notification once. But we are taking a lot of the input, both provided by individual members and your staff, but also from inside the building. But if I could simplify the goal is this, and that is...
Yeah, all right, first.
Oh, wow.
Carry on.
The goal is to drive power and action in our agency to the regional bureaus and to our embassies on everything we do. We want our foreign policy to be holistic. So, for example, we recognize that the set of factors, both in diplomacy and foreign aid in Guatemala or in Trinidad or in Jamaica, are going to look different than they may somewhere in Africa, somewhere in the Indo-Pacific region. And we want those decisions and the influence over those decisions to be made, to be driven to the regional bureaus. And so what we've done is we've taken a lot of the functional bureaus and functional processes and moved them under the purview of the regional bureaus and the career individuals that serve there, and ultimately down to the embassy. One of our first tests, Senator Shaheen, is going to be in Syria. We don't have an embassy in Syria. It's operating out of Turkey. But we need to help them. We want to help that government succeed, because the alternative is full-scale civil war and chaos, which would, of course, destabilize the entire region.
And here's the thing. I mean, like Syria, I mean, the last leader was pretty much a literal Russian puppet, So now that that guy's gone and they got a new guy in, maybe it's best to put this guy under our thumb. Yeah, like let's, put him under our thumb instead of Russia gaining him. Yeah, I like that a whole lot better than Russia getting Syria or Russia having influence in Syria. I'd rather have America have over-domineering influence in Syria. Why not?
And we are going to allow our people on the ground, both our embassy personnel at the Damascus embassy located in Turkey, and for the short period of time, at least, or in the interim, our ambassador in Turkey, to work with local officials there to make determinations about what kind of aid they need. Is it humanitarian? Is it improving law enforcement or governance functions? We think it's going to be the first test of this new model, but I strongly believe that our decisions and the power to drive decisions and the decisions and the inputs that we're taking have to be driven in many cases from the bottom up, not from the top down. and focused on the fact that there is unique sets of factors in individual parts of the world that require different priorities and attention. And ultimately, foreign policy, mature foreign policy, requires a balancing of interests. That's just a fact. Okay, our human rights agenda is going to look different in certain parts of the world than it will in others. That doesn't mean that we as a people have abandoned it. That means that in a world where you need to conduct real foreign policy in a mature and structured way, there are ways you're going to have to balance all these.
Oh, Lord.
Actually, Senator Rubio,
I mean, like, lady, take your genocide protest somewhere else, okay? This is not the time and place. As much as I agree with you, lady, you got to take it somewhere else.
making progress. There's protesting in English now.
Oh, remember that? Yeah.
Remember last time.
So we have to understand, and that's why we think it's so important that our regional bureaus be at the core and at the heart of everything we do. And so we feel good about that part of it. By the same token, I think critical to this are some of the reforms we're trying to make to foreign aid. And I said, when I appeared before this committee, everything we do has to make us stronger, safer, or more prosperous. So we've undertaken a review of our foreign aid.
Okay.
And the reality is that there are many of these programs, they may have, some are good programs. Some make all the sense in the world, and we wanted to pursue those programs. Some of these programs make all the sense in the world, but frankly, on the priority scale, perhaps other programs are more important. Others, frankly, made no sense at all. We can talk about some of those programs today. We funded things around the world that made absolutely no sense. I will say this, even with the reforms we put in place and what we're suggesting is changes to our foreign aid, we still will provide more foreign aid, more humanitarian support than the next 10 countries combined, than the entire OECD, and far more than China. China doesn't do humanitarian aid. China does predatory lending. That's what Belt and Road Initiative is. That's what all of their aid. They have zero record of doing humanitarian aid in the world. And frankly, they don't know how to do it. They have no interest in doing it. What they're very good at is going into some country, making you a loan, and then holding that debt over your head.
What did I tell you? I'm about to say this lady sounded insane, pretty much trying to say, oh, they're more diplomatic. Bro, what's diplomatic to you, lady? Taking your land and putting a 100-year lease on it while pretty much salvaging all your resources and then make you pay for it? That's diplomatic to you? Like, bro, that lady sounded completely insane when she was pretty much holding water for China, pretty much shaking ass for China in a circle. And that is irritating to me. Because when were you guys for China? Last time I checked, Nancy Pelosi in the 1990s was like, hey, yo, China's a problem. Now, China's more diplomat than us. These guys are acting like a better people than us to the world, guys. The Communist Party? Really? The commies? This is what you're trying to sell the American people, that the commies are diplomatically nicer, diplomatically better than Americans. Okay.
And that's what they continue doing. By the way, you have to hire a Chinese company to do it. So I don't agree with this assessment that there's no evidence whatsoever that China has either the capacity or the will to replace the U.S. in humanitarian assistance, in food deliveries, or in developmental assistance for that matter. We provide development assistance. They provide debt traps.
And here, I would have told her too, I'm like, we also paid a higher prescription costs so the rest of the world can have lower ones. That's ended, but like, what are you talking about? We've been nothing but humanitarian aid to the entire world. We've been nothing but that. So it's almost disrespectful of her to even sit there and say that, oh, well, China's just going to take our place. Sweetheart, you just sound more convincing if you just said Russia.
And that's a point over and over again around the world that we've made, and we found receptive audiences to it. Now, look, anytime you undertake reforms of this magnitude that needed to be made, you're going to have hiccups and you're also going to have controversy. But these reforms had to happen. At USAID, 12 cents of every dollar was reaching the recipient. That means that in order for us to get aid to somebody, we had to spend all this other money supporting this foreign aid industrial complex. We're going to find more efficient ways to deliver aid to people directly, and it's going to be directed by our regional bureaus, and it's going to sponsor programs that make a difference, and it's going to be part of a holistic approach to our foreign policy. And I look forward to engaging with this committee and the appropriators as well, and ensuring that we get to the right place on that. My last point I would make, and this is something I am very proud of. I believe, and I'm not besmirching anyone else, but I believe that the approach we have taken at the State Department, and frankly at USAID, but at State Department, to move forward reforms that involved intake from all of our partners, that required input from people within the building. Many of the reforms we've made were driven by people inside the building, many of whom have worked there for 20 or 30 years. And now we are engaged with Congress, both in the House and Senate, in a comment period where we're taking many of your comments and are making changes to our organizational proposals that we look forward to bringing back to you with an official congressional notification. And even after that, there'll be an opportunity to move forward. But the State Department had to change. I'm telling you, it was no longer at the center of American foreign policy. It had often been replaced by the National Security Council or by some other agency of government, when in fact we have these highly talented people, who many of whom have served in multiple posts around the world and have a holistic view of how foreign policy needs to be conducted, that were being edged out. Because you know what? When I get a decision memo early on at the State Department and they would hand me these memos, there were 40 boxes on this piece of paper. That means 40 people had to check off, yes, okay, before it even got to me. That's ridiculous.
Damn.
That takes too long. That's why people said, don't use State Department. They take too long and it's too cumbersome. And any one of those little boxes didn't get checked, the memo didn't move up the chain. That can't continue. We can't move at that pace in this world.
It's too much
Events happen
bureaucracy.
quickly. And we have to be able to move at the pace of relevance. And so I hope to work with you in a productive way to make that possible. You're not going to like all the changes, but I want you to know what the intent of the changes are. It is not to dismantle American foreign policy, and it is not to withdraw us from the world.
Hey, respect. He said it to him straight. Like, look, you're not gonna like everything I do, but you're gonna respect it, and you're gonna understand that we're doing this with the best with the people's best intention. And you gotta respect the forwardness.
I just hit 18 countries in 18 weeks. That doesn't sound like much of a withdrawal. And I see some of these foreign ministers, including individuals from Ukraine, more than I've seen my own children. And I talk to them at least 3 times a week. We are engaged in the world, but we're going to be engaged in a world that makes sense and that's smart. And that isn't about saving money. It is about ensuring that we are delivering to our people what they deserve, a foreign policy that makes America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Rubio. We're going to do a round of questions. We'll go 7 minutes since we have a secretary here. And I'm going to start. One of the things that you mentioned, and admittedly, what we're dealing with here is a large number of subjects. I want to focus on one that Senator Shaheen and I have worked together on, and that's the Syria matter. Thank you and the president for suspending or lifting the sanctions on Syria. I think the next step, and I think you agree with us that both Syria and Lebanon are opportunities for us. And we need to explore the opportunities with a careful eye on what's going on to make sure it stays on track. I think
I'll tell you that Lebanon is Hezbollah is way easier to deal with than Iran. I will tell you that right now.
The next step, as far as I'm concerned, as far as moving Syria forward, is getting personnel on the ground there. And you and I talked about the possibility of opening the embassy. And I understand that this isn't a classified setting, but can you maybe describe for us the challenges of opening the embassy, why we haven't done it to this point, staying within the bounds of the
Yeah, well, it's entirely driven by security concerns. By the way, it's not the transitional authorities. We don't think they would harm us, but there are other elements on the ground in Syria that we have to be able to protect our people.
Point.
And there are the ability, you don't just have to be able to get people in, you have to be able to get people out. We have all kinds of requirements that are there for a reason. If someone is hurt, do you have a medical evacuation plan? Can you secure a facility from an attack from an armed group, many of whom are still running loose in the country, unfortunately? It's one of the fundamental challenges the transitional authority is facing. On the broader point of Syria, I would say when Syria, if you look at the history of the region.
All right, so pretty much they ain't work out the real logistics of Syria yet to even be making those type of moves. It's like, first off, we need to know logistics and where to put this base. And if anything goes on, we also need to know how we can get out of there while being inside Syria in said base. So let's work all that first before we just rush right into Syria.
Syria is unstable, the region becomes unstable. And this has certainly been true after the Arab Spring led to the Assad rebellion against Assad, and that really destabilized the entire region. And then it turned Syria, frankly, into a playground for jihadist groups, including ISIS and others that used it to operate and to destabilize their partners. So you have this change in December. In my view, which I've discussed with many of you individually, is the bad news is that the transitional authority figures, they didn't pass their background check with the FBI, okay? They've got a tough history and one that we understand. But on the flip side of it is, if we engage them, it may work out, it may not work out. If we did not engage them, it was guaranteed to not work out. In fact, it is our assessment that, frankly, the transitional authority, given the challenges they're facing, are maybe weeks, not many months, away from potential collapse and a full-scale civil war of epic proportions, basically the country splitting up. The good news is that there is a Syrian national identity. It is one of the places in the Middle East where Alawis and Druze and Christians and Sunni and Shia have lived along, and Kurds have lived alongside each other underneath the banner of a Syrian identity until it was broken by a butcher, Assad, who pitted them against each other. So they face a number of challenges. The first is they are dealing with deep internal distrust in that country because Assad deliberately pitted these groups against each other. He claimed to be the protector of the Alawis and the Christians and pitted them against the Druze or whoever else he wanted to. And the result is a deep level of distrust. The second is the displacement, upwards of 6, 7, 8 million Syrians living abroad. Very successful.
That, and blocking people up in secret police camps. Like, bro, when Assad fell, when the Assad regime fell and it was letting people out of this jail, these secret jails that this man had, people were reuniting with family members or friends they ain't seen like 2 to 6 years. They're like, bro, like they took you, I thought you was dead. He's like, nah, Assad just threw me in the basement for 2 to 6 years. It's like, it was literally like that out there in Syria, and God bless him. God bless him, man. I'm happy to hear stuff like that.
Successful, by the way, in the countries they go to. But they need to come, we need to figure out how we can enable the transitional authority to create an environment where they come back home, where they can come back to their homes, where they can help rebuild their economy. But what prompted the president to move quickly on sanctions? Because we had a plan. We engaged with the foreign minister at the UN here in New York. We gave him a visa to come into the country. We allowed their finance minister to come to World Bank hearings or meetings here in Washington, D.C. The next step was I was going to meet with the foreign minister, and some of you may have met with him already at Munich, but I was going to meet with him in Turkey at the NATO gathering. But the president had an opportunity to meet with al-Shara. And frankly, he made a bold decision. I'll do it. I'll meet with them under the Saudis and the Turks that encourage that. And the rationale and the reason is we need to, right now, the most important thing is that partnering nations, the nations in the region want to get aid in, want to start helping them. And they can't because they're afraid of our sanctions. So they don't. The lifting of the sanctions, its most immediate impact will be to allow neighboring countries to begin to assist transitional authority to build governance mechanisms that allow them to actually establish a government, unify the armed forces under one banner and the like. But I want to be frank, that won't be enough. With the Caesar Act, we can issue waivers, but these waivers, because of expirations on them, are not going to attract the kind of foreign investment. Ultimately, there's going to have to be something done congressionally or more comprehensively to ensure that if the right steps are taken, we can create an environment for private sector growth that begin to provide economic opportunity to the people of Syria. But one last point I would make is the outcome in Syria will have a deep impact on what happens inside of Lebanon, because Lebanon too has been hurt by a combination of clashes at the border, but also they've had to assume responsibility for some of these Syrian refugees.
We believe that, by the way.
So the combination, if you think about a region, let's say 2 years from now, where Syria and Lebanon are stable, that opens up incredible opportunities around the region for all kinds of peace and security and the end of conflicts and wars. Obviously, this is a big task. It's big picture thinking, but it's a historic opportunity and one that we are obligated to try to explore and see if we can make it work.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I think we're in full agreement with this, and it is a conundrum as far as the sanctions are concerned. We've got the 6 month, but as you say, the future. It's hard to predict the future since it hasn't happened yet, as Yogi Berra used to say. And there are real issues and risks in the future. We can take it a step at a time. You issued a visa to the foreign minister. Senator Shaheen and I met with the foreign minister in Munich. You issued him a visa to come to New York, which is important to meet with other heads of state. Do you have the ability to do that for the president also?
Sure. I mean, we could, and there may be an opportunity to do that come the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Yeah, probably will be. And I think that's important. Let me, we do hear a lot of complaining and renting of garments over cuts here and there on our foreign assistance. But the number you laid out is absolutely stunning, that the United States contributes more to foreign aid than the next 10 countries put together. And that's an absolutely stunning number. So I guess
I know the fact that that lady even tried to say that China was more diplomatic than us. I'm like, bro, we put in more humanitarian aid in the countries around us. We don't, bro. I mean, maybe China, you can damn near consider Canada about to be poor country, but it ain't poor yet. And neither is Mexico, and neither is the guys across the pond. So it is kind of wild how they really try to sit there and say, well, America, we're just not doing enough for the people around the world. And I'm just like, it's so funny that she's saying that when, this is a whole America first thing we got going on. So her really talking about, oh, well, our humanitarian aid we're not really hearing it right now. We're trying to hear more about the humanitarian aid for the American people. What about that? What about that? We're human too. Like, hey, we deserve humanitarian efforts too.
You're telling us before we feel too guilty about it that we need to look around and compliment ourselves for what we are actually doing and have been doing for a long time. Fair statement?
Yeah, there's no doubt. And we want to do it in a smarter, more targeted way.
Lastly, let me give you a minute on PEPFAR. People talk a lot about the cutting in PEPFAR. And I think virtually everyone here supports PEPFAR. But you've done some things to it to make it better. Can you give us a short dissertation on that? Very short, please.
85% of PEPFAR is functional right now. I know there was some hiccups on the payment systems, not the waivers, the payment systems, because it goes to Treasury. Treasury has to push the money out. And there were some hiccups, which I acknowledged in conversations with many of you, but we have fixed that program and the money's flowing. So 85% of PEPFAR is functioning and is operating. From its, there was reduction in about 15% of the or individual pieces of the program, but PEPFAR.
I'd like to submit this fact sheet.
Let's get back to
what they are doing in response to our ceasing of foreign assistance in places. And Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'd like to submit this fact sheet. The PRC supporting international assistance as U.S. withdraws. It's dated April 29th. And just to give you a few examples, earlier this month, General Michael Langley, who's the commander of U.S. Africa Command, I sit on the Armed Services Committee, and when we ask him about the end to specific USAID programs, he stated that the PRC is trying to replicate, in quotes, specific USAID programs in Africa that the Trump administration cut, including PEPFAR. And I mean, there are several pages of these examples. Another one is in Cambodia. After the U.S. terminated $2 million in demining programming in Cambodia, the PRC immediately announced $4.4 million to expand its own demining programs. The PRC also recently stepped in to fund child literacy and nutrition programs previously supported by USAID. So we can pretend that China is not doing these things and pick.
People's Republic for China. Now, like I said, okay, look, so how long are you going to keep on championing for China? That's so crazy right now. You're really trying to say that, oh, well, they came in, they said that, oh, well, we're going to go ahead and replace your humanitarian aid that America didn't give you. I'm like, you really, guys, you really think these countries are going to go ahead and trust China? I mean, look, if these countries want to go ahead and trust China and then lose their land rights for 100 years, go ahead then. Y'all deserve what y'all get dealing with them. If y'all want to deal with communist China instead of like dealing with the USA or fixing your own damn country, go ahead. But when you don't own your land no more and China owns your infrastructure, don't say we didn't warn you. Do not say we did not warn you. But go ahead and accept that CCP money or the the CPR money.
Picking up and promoting themselves as a reliable partner when
my bad. PRC money, PRC.
The United States is not, but we have specific examples that show where this is happening. But I want to move to Ukraine because we heard the conversation that the president had with Vladimir Putin, the phone conversation where Putin didn't agree to any meaningful negotiation that would end this war in Ukraine. And
what's a meaningful negotiation, ma'am? Because you better not say, oh, he didn't concede land and just walk out of Ukraine. Like, no, that's not possible.
President Trump has admitted Vladimir Putin is taking him for a ride. Now, we have a bipartisan bill in the Senate that's led by Lindsey Graham. It has 80 sponsors. It's I understand that the House members are ready to take this up on a discharge petition if we pass it out of the Senate. How much longer until we rein Putin in? And are you prepared to support that sanctions bill that Graham and Blumenthal and 20?
See, but here's the problem though. Putin's economy has already been living on already has a sanction on it, and its GDP done grew. So and we're also trying to, negotiate with this man. And you guys are already trying to pop sanctions on him. Like I said, I would ask them to low-key sit down for a little bit and wait till we get the no, and then go ahead and hit him with sanctions instead of trying to threaten it while we're getting him to the table. Like, let's act in good faith now, people.
Or 78 other members of the Senate support?
Well, let me answer your last question first, and that is about the bill. We obviously can't control what Congress does, and we've told the Russians this. Not now, 6-8 weeks ago. I believe, Senator Shane, you were involved in a conversation that made it clear to the Russians what would happen if there was no progress made. And that's been repeated multiple times. I would also make this point, and it's important. Every single sanction, not one sanction has been lifted on the Russians. Every single sanction that was in place under the previous administration remains in place. So this idea we've given up leverage, well, we have the same leverage today we had on the.
I mean, here's a problem. I mean, if all we got is sanctions, and we've been putting all these sanctions on these guys, and they're still operational, what's another sanction to Russia at this point? Like, their economy is obviously gotten used to it, and that's the downside about it, because it just don't hit the same no more. It's like we kept using the same punishment over and over again until they adapted to it.
The previous administration.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I would argue that the leverage that we've given up is taking NATO membership off the table, taking away a commitment to continue to help the Ukrainians with intelligence sharing and with military equipment and arms that they need to help fight this war.
Well, that continues. There was a pause for 1 week. All of that was restarted.
That was intelligence sharing, though, but it doesn't cover the equipment and arms.
Oh, absolutely. That program has not been rescinded. They continue to receive armaments from the United States.
To fund what the Ukrainians need as the president. And are you prepared to pass another supplemental bill to support them?
Well, that's a different decision. That's a different question. That's not up for me to decide. The White House would have to make a determination about whether to come to Congress for a supplemental. But everything that's been approved and congressionally appropriated is ongoing. In fact, to the extent that the Ukrainians have asked for anything additional, what they've asked for is air defenses, Patriot units, which frankly we don't have. But we are working closely with our NATO allies. There are NATO allies that do have some batteries of Patriot missiles that they could provide or transfer over to the Ukrainians to defend, for example, the airspace of Kyiv and other places. And we've been encouraging in that front and working alongside our partners there to get deliveries of some of these systems. As you can imagine, none of these countries want to give up their Patriot systems either. But we can't make them fast enough. And part of the challenge we have in Ukraine is that munitions are being expended.
So all these countries in Europe is saying, shame on you, America. Shame on you for not wanting to fit the bill for Ukraine no more. But we ask these same European countries like, hey, so y'all trying to give us some of y'all Patriot missiles? Yeah, well, we kind of need those, Putin and all. But I thought it was about helping Ukraine, guys. Just give us some missiles for Ukraine. Oh, now you don't want to give them up. Okay. So it must not be as important as you fearmonger it to be.
Expended substantially faster than the ability of the broader West, not just us, but the West to produce them. Now, that said, on the issue of Ukraine, here's what we can all agree on. There is no military solution to this crisis.
Right.
It will have to end in a negotiated settlement. And the fundamental challenge we have in Ukraine is this. Russia wants what they do not currently have and are not entitled to, and Ukraine wants what they cannot regain militarily.
Damn.
And that's been the crux of the challenge.
Damn. Thank you. I mean, I'm actually happy he said it like that. Some of y'all need to hear it again. Because the problem is, like, yes, Russia wants all of Ukraine, but we're not going to let that happen. Now, but Ukraine wants some of their land back, and we cannot, and that's not going to happen. We can't even ensure that for them. Nobody's going to make Russia turn around and give back up the land that they took from Ukraine. That's just the end game right there. And if Ukraine thinks it can get it back, I would say, okay, then we'll fall back and you can go ahead and fight Russia for it. And if y'all lose, then you risk losing all of Ukraine. But you deal with us in this peace deal and you can still keep this large part of Ukraine. I mean, at this point, I'd ask Zelensky, like, which one would you rather be? Like, come on, would you rather the whole country get taken over and you get executed publicly? Or, you rather us come in, work out this peace deal, you get to keep a majority of this country, but you get voted out later.
This crisis.
Right.
It will have to end in a negotiated settlement. And the fundamental challenge we have in Ukraine is this. Russia wants what they do not currently have and are not entitled to, and Ukraine wants what they cannot regain militarily. And that's been the crux of the challenge.
I don't disagree with that at one level, but on the other hand, what Vladimir Putin is doing now is playing for time, and he's playing this president like a fiddle. And the longer he plays it, the more opportunity he has to gain territory in Ukraine, and the harder it's going to be to get him to the table.
But
what we need to do is to put pressure on Vladimir Putin in every way we can to ensure that we can get them to the negotiating table.
Well, I disagree with this playing with a fiddle analogy, because the truth of the matter is when Vladimir Putin woke up this morning, he had the same set of sanctions on him that he's always had since the beginning of this conflict. And Ukraine was still getting armaments and shipments from us and from our allies. And the European Union is about to impose additional sanctions. And the U.S. is looking for no Patriot batteries to be able to transfer from other NATO nations into the Ukrainian hands. And what the president's trying to do is end a war. He's trying to end a bloody, costly war that neither side can win, and people are dying every single day. And so, but this notion that I don't, what has Putin gained throughout this? He hasn't gotten a single concession. He hasn't gotten a single sanction lifted.
And the more time he gets without additional pressure on Russia, the more incentive he's got to continue to gain territory and continue to play for time. But
I'd have to ask. I'm like, ma'am, I just told you there's no way we're gonna put boots on the ground for Ukraine. So I'm like, are you willing to concede that and understand that, Putin's gonna have to keep some land just so Ukraine doesn't get taken completely over, or we just let Ukraine get completely over and we watch Zelensky's public execution live on television one day. What would you rather? Like, I really want to know, because you guys sound crazy thinking that we can just keep on going into Ukraine while throwing all of these Ukrainian men's soldier lives away. Like, we're just throwing their lives away at this point. While we're throwing taxpayer money, their lives are being thrown away. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand that this is a hopeless war for them that they cannot win? They're just lasting out at this point. So this peace deal needs to happen, and you guys need to get down with the fact that, yes, Russia took parts of Ukraine and they're going to keep it. And we just got to eat that. Take it to the chin. Okay, guys, let it burn in your chest.
I want to just get to a final question because my time is running out. And that is, I recently wrote a letter to you about the issuance of executive orders on thousands of Afghan allies. These are people who fought alongside our military during the war in Afghanistan. They've been stranded in Qatar and Albania and Pakistan and Afghanistan. These are individuals who have been vetted already. They're ready to travel to the United States. And the question I have is this administration going to allow them to come to the United States as it promised? Because unless we're willing to keep our commitments to those people who were willing to fight and die alongside of us, then how can we ever ask people to do that again?
Yeah, a couple of points. Some of those are I think the issues that is getting mixed up here is whether we are going to pay for them to fly to the United States once a visa is issued, or whether they have to find their own transportation to the U.S. So there's two separate topics: our payment to move people forward, but also the issuance of the visas. And when that is still going through an internal review as to who is going to be allowed in, there's been a review of the vetting process that's been used. Frankly, there have been some errors found in the previous vetting process that we're concerned about. And I'm separating out from that audience people who we have closely vetted because we've been working alongside them for many years with regards to their service alongside our intelligence forces or special operators on the ground from the broader. Remember, they're also bringing dependents with them. And so there were some concerns early on about freezing or slowing down this program until we could determine whether we were properly vetting people to come towards the United States. And that process is ongoing, and I think we'll have more concrete answers for you, which I know is not satisfactory at this moment, but we've obviously had a lot going on. But this is something that we've heard a lot from both our DoD partners and others in the intelligence community, and we're working to make progress on that.
I'm out of time, but just to clarify, on last week, Secretary Noem announced that temporary protected status, which I understand is not exactly the same, but for over 8,000 Afghans would end on July 12th. Many of those people are people, again, who fought and died alongside of our men and women in the military. And for us to send them back to sure death at the hands of the Taliban is just not what they were promised when they agreed to fight with us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, welcome. The United States is at its most dangerous time in our history since World War II. And we know, we can see what Russia's done in Europe. We know the increasing aggression of communist China, Iran, North Korea. I want to hit upon Iran real quickly here. As this is a theocracy that's got brutal mullahs and corrupt military. They chant death to America, death to Israel. You've had 4 rounds of negotiations with them so far. And I think you framed it best when you said earlier this month, they have to walk away from sponsoring terrorists. They have to walk away from helping Houthis. They have to walk away from building long-range missiles that have no purpose to exist other than
Sorry, guys.
force.
We're going to the naysayers.
Try to do an energy quarantine.
Rubio, look forward to 2 sessions together today. This afternoon, you'll be in front of the Appropriations Subcommittee. And I think there's going to be some themes across both of these. First, I think we all agree that China poses our single greatest geopolitical threat and that we have no choice but to deter China across the board and to outcompete China. Senator Ricketts and I just traveled to the Philippines and Taiwan and saw directly the challenges that we face there and regionally. And you've recently had some significant successes, the DRC, Rwanda, peace transition, the avoidance of escalation in India and Pakistan, the opening towards Syria. But I also frankly think that there's been a real lack of coordination and some serious harm to our standing in the world.
I mean, if you don't know who this guy is, this is Senator Chris Coons. Yes, CC, Chris Coons. So yeah, he's a member of the Democratic Party. Coons serves as the county executive of Newcastle County from 2005 from 2005 to 2010.
With some of the countries that we have worked most closely with over decades. The DOGE-driven, abrupt, and largely illegal cancellation of billions of dollars of contracts for humanitarian relief and aid, and the disrespect and the dismissal of thousands of AID staff and our NGO partners stands in sharp contrast to the state reorganization process you just presented on in your file.
Yeah, but the problem is that the NGOs are the problem. Like, y'all don't want to address the problem. Y'all just want to send money out willy-nilly to these NGOs.
Following, you've submitted plans and proposals. We're having a conversation. You're going to send a congressional notification. We're going to have a hearing. That's the way that the reforming of USAID could have and should have happened. And so I just at the outset had to say, as someone who spent 15 years traveling the world, visiting both our partners and allies, looking at independent or semi-independent agencies like the MCC and the DFC and their role, and visiting NGO partners and the USAID, I reject the broad characterization of them by Elon Musk and Doge as criminals who were wasting taxpayer money. You've heard across all of us support for PEPFAR, concern about humanitarian relief, and the vision that this is a key strategic asset for us. It's my hope that we'll work together to actually make real a more effective, focused, and sustainable foreign aid component to what STAID does, and sustaining organizations that we help build together, like the MCC, the DFC, and the Global Fragility Act. So let me turn to this for a moment. My colleague, Senator Shaheen, made reference to places in the world where the CCP and the PRC have stepped forward. I agree. They're never going to deliver humanity.
Oh, guys, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Appreciate the support. Just $2 and up. Let's keep it going.
Humanitarian aid the way we used to, and with the breadth, depth, and effectiveness that we have. But I also think they're taking advantage of the opening to say that we're not reliable.
Or I'll do an ad. I know, right? Hey, I know. Or I will do an ad.
That our decades-long partnerships can't be sustained and extended, and to question our motivations. So I think we need to step out quickly to avoid creating a big hole in our credibility globally. Let me just start on a few questions with Ukraine. The previous administration worked closely with our partners and allies in Europe on sanctions to tighten them, to close loopholes, to extend designations. Are you continuing to do that?
Work with our allies?
To tighten the
Yeah,
sanctions?
so, well, first of all, the Europeans have their own set of sanctions, and we've coordinated with them very closely. In fact, the president had a call with at least 6 leaders from
Yes.
Europe yesterday. I had meetings with what we call the Quint that include Italy, Italy, France, the UK, the Germans, the French. So we are constant contact with them on the work that they're doing, and they're proceeding along their own route. And in fact, in our conversations in the past with the Russians, we made clear to them that the Europeans and ultimately will have to be at the table because they have their own set of sanctions that they're imposing. So the answer to your question is we have worked very closely with them. The president understands fully the options he has available to him, some of which are represented in the bill before the Senate.
In the bill before the Senate that Senator Graham and others have led and that I co-sponsor, I think we have an opportunity to put more pressure on Russia and to push Putin to get to the table and to agree to a just and enduring peace. Do you support that sanctions bill? And do you think we should continue to arm Ukraine and to strengthen the sanctions against Ukraine in order to create the conditions for a real negotiation?
Yeah, look, it may come to that point. If in fact it is clear that
that's the problem, though. Arm and strengthen Ukraine. I mean, there's still not going to be enough to beat Russia. And we got to remember, Russia is a nuclear power. Ukraine is not. So how far do we want to push Russia into, this, war? Because like I said, they're not going to lose. And I would hate for us to keep on pushing all this weapons into Ukraine. And one day, Putin stop playing with them and drop a bomb on them. Or hit him with a hypersonic missile that he already did, except he didn't put the head on there, so there was no explosion. It was just him bragging, pretty much saying that I could hit you anytime I want. So Putin, in a way, is slow rolling this war. He could speed things up if he really wanted to.
the Russians are not interested in a peace deal and they just want to keep fighting a war.
And yes, if he did bomb Ukraine, I ain't gonna lie, yeah, he'd get hit with every sanction in the goddamn world, but we would not go to war about it.
Very well come to that point. The president has made that in the past. Our belief, the president's belief, is he believes that right now, if you start threatening sanctions, the Russians will stop talking. And there's value in us being able to talk to them and drive them to get to the table. We'll see. Look, they have to do this. No one's claiming that this is a guarantee.
President Zelensky reversed himself, showed up, was ready and willing to negotiate. And Putin, I think, my view, continues to play for time.
Well, so
I hope that we can work together to put more pressure on Putin to get.
So here's a problem. Zelensky's the loser of this war. Do you not understand that? Like, he is the loser of this war. The fact that Zelensky even tried to get Putin to come anywhere is absolutely laughable. So you can't even say Putin was dragging out time. Now, if he did it to Trump, I ain't gonna lie, I would agree with you. I'd be like, yeah, you're right. He's dragging out time. But when Trump says something, that man's able to sit down for 2 hours and have a conversation. When Zelensky says something, he got Zelensky waiting out there in Turkey. Stood up.
Get to the table and to resolve this. The other thing that I see clearly, and I think many of my colleagues do, is that what happens in Ukraine sets the table for what happens in the Indo-Pacific. That there's an increasing coordination between the Russians, the Iranians, the DPRK, and the PRC. Do you see that as well, Mr. Secretary?
Well, we remind our European allies every day that were it not for China, Russia would not be able to sustain this. And they're fully aware of that. And obviously, we all understand the presence of the North Koreans and the Iranian role in this as well. But by the same token, I would say there's a flip side to that. And that is every minute we spend, every dollar we spend on this conflict in Europe is distracting both our focus and our resources away from a potential for a much more serious, much more cataclysmic confrontation in the Indo-Pacific. So the answer is yes, they are related, but they're related both ways. They're related on the one hand by the precedent that it could set, but they're also related by the fact that every minute that we spend on this conflict that cannot be won by military means. Every resource that's expended into it is money and time that's not being spent on preventing a much more serious confrontation from a global perspective in the Indo-Pacific.
You made the point earlier that in your view, we did not coordinate well enough between countries where we for decades had done humanitarian aid, disaster relief, public health work, and countries that ally with China in terms of resource mining and processing. One of the countries we visited was the Philippines. The Philippines is the most disaster-prone country on Earth. They have more typhoons, volcanoes, earthquakes than anywhere else, and they are a treaty ally of the United States.
This is true.
Yet we abruptly canceled a whole series of programs that provided disaster assistance, development assistance, and humanitarian aid. My hope is that we will work together to follow an appropriate and legal process to reform foreign aid and to align it with our values and priorities. I've long seen the MCC and the DFC as critical components in pushing back on what you correctly perceive as the PRC's extractive engagement with much of their region. What do you see as the future for organizations like the MCC and the DFC? And when we next speak this afternoon, I'll be pressing you on the America First Opportunity Fund and understanding how this nearly $3 billion Agile fund will fit into the picture for the future of aid.
Yeah, on DFC, we don't control those two entities. They're independent. They're both undergoing a review. DFC, I think, has the opportunity to potentially even expand. That's not a commitment, but I'm telling you, there's talk about that. On Millennium Challenge, I think that I saw some reporting out there that it was being imploded. My understanding is the way it's being approached is that it's being reformed, but not done away with. It was actually created as an alternative to the way we did aid with USAID. And so there's work happening on both of them. So my personal view on DFC is I think DFC has an opportunity to perhaps do more. And it's the sort of investment we want to make around the world and the way it's structured. And on Millennium Challenge, it's undergoing a review right now, but the review is designed to improve it, not to eliminate it.
Well, we should talk more directly about that. I'm concerned that what's happened in other agencies is happening there.
Okay, so the MCC is pretty much what their incentives is, and I believe it's the Millennial Challenge Corporation. That is the MCC. It's a country ownership, a country-led development has been broadly embraced by the international donor community as a critical element of international development aid. So pretty much they're just trying to reduce poverty in certain countries. That's what they do, is fight poverty in countries with food security, fighting corruption in that government. Controlling corruption is a key indicator in selecting countries for initial and ongoing combat eligibility. MCC and its partner countries promote measures to prevent, detect, and combat corruption before it occurs and to address problems after they emerge. I mean, okay, that does seem a little bit invasive of people's countries, but okay, food security, open government, digital strategies, and sustains of development goal. Well, yes, and sustainable development goals.
The overwhelming majority of the headquarters staff being suspended or fired, and then compacts eliminated more quickly than it's being reformed. Same thing with global communications through USAGM, Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia. I'm concerned that we are conceding spaces to the PRC when we should be working together on a shared objective, which is to deter and compete successfully with the PRC. Thank you.
Senator Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you talked about.
So now they want us to compete with the People's Republic of China. They want us to compete with the People's Republic of China on humanitarian aid. Bro, am I really hearing this? So pretty much we got to shake it. Pretty much we got to throw money in the air. We got to shake it for these foreign countries because what? Oh, or else China's going to start helping them out. I mean, shoot, if China want to fit the bill, I say go ahead and let them, because you want to know what's crazy? They can't afford to. But hey, if they want to go ahead and throw money out there like they got it, I mean, it's only going to lead to their economic destruction even faster. Let them do it.
Visiting 18 countries
and to those countries that want to take Chinese money, I mean, let's be real. Every country that did that ended up having a 100-year lease on their own land and their infrastructure owned by the Chinese. So I'd watch. I don't know if you want to play with those guys.
Being with your kids, I had a pain of guilt with you being here today, but thank you for making this a priority and being with us today. This might surprise some of my colleagues and maybe even you, but for the last several years, I've led a Republican delegation over to the Conference of the Parties, COP. And I believe that a Republican voice is really important at that table. I would point to issues, for instance, like nuclear. When I first started attending COP, nuclear was out of power, and we were shouting from the housetops that we had to have nuclear power. And I think that's shown the influence of a Republican voice over there.
People who need the help. That recipient, go back and reconsider a claim that you made in your opening statement. It would certainly shock Americans to hear that only 12% of our foreign aid reaches recipients, needy recipients on the ground, the people who need the help. That is not actually an accurate number. That is the amount of our aid that goes directly to local groups on the ground. But as you know, most of our aid runs through bigger international organizations like Save the Children. those entities are getting somewhere around 80–85% of the aid we give them directly to recipients on the ground. And so I think what you've done to shutter USAID is illegal, but I also think it's bad policy. And I do think it's important for us to all be operating with the same set of facts. And the fact is not that only 12% of taxpayer dollars are ending up in the hands of the people who really need it on the ground. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to talk to you about the president's personal business interests. During his first term, he made the decision to not enter into any new business deals during his presidency, that Trump-affiliated businesses would not enter into any foreign business arrangements. And that made sense because obviously it can be confusing for foreign governments to know how to try to win favor with the U.S. government if they have one route, making concessions that are good for U.S. national security, and they also have another route, which is perhaps helping the president's business interests. The president obviously changed that policy, and in this administration, his business interests are announcing new agreements and new investments into those business interests by foreign governments. And I think it stands to reason that creates a real problem for foreign policy, and it creates a problem for foreign governments in which they don't exactly know what the best way is to try to get on good terms with the U.S. government and with the White House. Is it to do what's right for American national security, or might it also be to do a business deal with the President of the United States or the entities that he controls? Just to clarify, when the President's businesses are engaged in negotiations, for instance, with the UAE on their stable coin business, there was this big investment announced recently. You are not part of those negotiations. Those are being done by the president's family or those representing the president's business.
Yeah, I'm not aware the president's involved in managing any business. He's other than the presidency of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't heard about that either. Honestly, I think that's really fake news. You guys can't prove that he's having these meetings with these millionaires or billionaires in Saudi Arabia or in America, pretty much going like, oh, they're trying to run a crypto coin scan and all this good stuff. Yeah, you can't prove that. And I know y'all can't, but you will say it repeatedly, though, for some strange reason.
His family is allowed to make business deals. They continue to.
I mean, and yeah, his family can because they're not members of the government. So no, it's not a Pelosi or Obama situation where they're doing inside trade deals, making millions upon millions. Nah, I mean, and here's the thing: even if they were, and I'm talking about, Eric Trump and Trump Jr., even if they were, they're private citizens. Still, they can do that. I mean, y'all let my man Hunter Biden ride around cracked out in a Corvette out here making business deals in Ukraine. Y'all ain't say nothing about that. But what? Trump's sons are allegedly not even proven doing crypto deals, and you guys got a problem? I mean, what was up with Hunter then?
Operate the enterprises that his family ran. I also don't accept the notion that these deals, for example, in Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Qatar, had anything to do with the president. For example, the Qatar bought $200 billion worth of airplanes from Boeing. The president's not.
What's so hard about saying Qatar? Why do people say Qatar like that? I don't know why that irritates the shit out of me. I'm just like, dog, do you not see the spelling? But okay.
As far as I know, not a shareholder, certainly doesn't own Boeing. So the overwhelming, if you look at the deals that were structured, they were involved in investments in the United States. That's the deals he signed, and or investments in, for example, the UAE or Saudi Arabia involving artificial intelligence.
UAE did announce a massive investment in World Liberty Financial, and World Liberty Financial is controlled by the president. And the president does actively engage in these businesses. He uses his social media to market the businesses that are being run by his family. I mean, just go on to his social media feed and you will see him marketing his meme coins. So that is the president of the United States. That is not his son's doing.
But that, just to be clear, that was not part of this. That was not an announcement as part of this trade visit that was conducted into the Middle East.
Yeah.
Well, whether or not it was made during the time.
I'm like, I thought you was talking about, the conflicting interests in this trade deal with the Middle East or these investments from the Middle East. And then you kind of like went off that point and started talking about crypto coin. This started bringing in his kids. Donald Trump's sons, they could be running it. They're most likely running the crypto coin, but you don't know. You don't know. You're damn near. You're really running off nothing, and you're trying to see if Rubio knows something. Rubio's hitting you with the bro. I don't know anything. He's like, Rubio don't know as much as this man knows, and that's the funniest part about it. It is funny how these guys don't know what is being said about Trump. But hey, I mean, they got a lot to do. They got a lot on their plate. They don't have time to flip through CNN and hear every talking point they got and hear, but Trump's crypto scan, scam. Sorry, but where's the rug pull then? So the coin is still there. I mean, I don't know too much about it, but hey, it's not illegal. It is not illegal.
Time the president was there, there are obviously business deals being done between Trump entities and these countries. Let me ask you about the one that is probably most confusing to this committee, which is the planned gift of a plane to either the United States government or the president. Is it your understanding that this luxury plane that Qatar has offered the president, and the president has announced he is willing to accept, is a gift to the United States government? Or is it a gift ultimately to the president himself that he can use in his library?
Well, you'd have to talk to the Department of Defense, because this is a replacement or at least a temporary bridge plane for Air Force One, the new Air Force One, which is way off its delivery schedule.
Yeah, Qatar's Ministry of Defense gifted our Department of Defense that $400 million jet, not Trump. So it's pretty much was a gift from the Qatar military to our military, and that's just it right there. And it's supposed to be seen as a replacement, but I doubt it will be used, to be quite honest with you guys.
And so that would have to be with the Air Force. They operate Air Force One. My understanding of it basically has been from the very beginning that this is a plane that was identified after talking to Boeing about what other planes around the world would fit the bill that are out there that could be used now. They identified the ones that Qataris had as an opportunity for one, as a result, or the UAE had that as opportunity for one, and that's how that.
It's not your understanding that the plane ultimately will belong to the president or to the president's library after.
Well, I'm not involved at that level of it. I've never heard that before. What I've heard is that plane will replace Air Force One, which is an Air Force plane.
Let me ask you about the dinner that's happening.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a bit uneasy. I don't really like that. I don't want my president flying on a plane gifted by Qatar. I appreciate the gift, but nah, I'm good. I'm okay. It's like driving a car bro, it's like the mafia gave you a car or something. Like, would you really want to drive it? It's a nice car, but it's going to stay out there for the day that it blows up.
Thursday night, the president has offered access to him to the 200 top purchasers of his meme coin. Reports are that maybe about half or more of those individuals who will be meeting with him, many in a VIP reception, are foreigners. Do you have a list of those foreign individuals who will be meeting with the president?
I don't. I don't know anything about. I didn't even know there was a dinner on Thursday night, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah, me neither.
So you don't know whether any of the foreign individuals who are going to be meeting with the president this Thursday night, for instance, are on our list of sanctioned individuals, or whether any of those individuals have connections to, let's say, terrorist organizations abroad?
Well, I think if they had terrorist links, the Department of Homeland Security probably would not have allowed them into the country. But I don't even know there is a dinner on Thursday. You're asking me about something I don't know about.
Well, but listen, this is a dinner that the president is having. It is likely going to involve some very significant foreign interests. You have to be pretty wealthy in order to.
All right, now let me go ahead and break that part down for you. Sorry. Trump's big crypto dinner this Thursday will host 220 guests. I mean, damn. Including a Chinese billionaire, while a U.S. senator plans to join a protest outside. I mean, they will be protesting it. Typical. And where'd that come from? Fortune News. And let's go to CBS News. Let's see. They say crypto billionaire Justin Sons says he's the biggest owner of Trump's crypto meme coin and will attend the president's dinner. So, I mean, yeah, we got the billionaires pulling up, Chinese billionaires pulling up from, all over the world, I guess. All right, I guess we'll see the national security risk on there. And we're talking about Secret Service, guys. I mean, we're acting like Secret Service didn't already look through these 220 guests. Like, let's be honest here. Remember who's protecting the president. Remember that the Secret Service runs the whole dossier on whoever is about to come around the president. So they seen that 220 guests, and the Secret Service, pretty sure they did their due diligence. So I would leave it in their hands because, you know, we got people for that. And I would tell them that too. Like, yo, that's Secret Service's job. If you want to, you know, talk to the director of Secret Service about that, you know, you can get his number.
Be able to get inside this dinner. Isn't that a relevant question for the Secretary of State?
Yeah, I'm not the social
Which foreign
secretary,
interests are
so-
going to be speaking to the president? I mean, it's kind of naive to believe that
No.
they aren't going to be in that room talking about national security matters.
Well, I don't think that that's the case at all because I would be.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild. That's wild. He's yeah. So Trump's gonna invite 220 billionaires from all over the world just to talk about American national security matters. Like, how you sound insane. You sound insane just even saying that on his face. Like, well, I find it hard to believe that there's gonna be billionaires in there. He's not gonna talk about national security matters. No, these are not world leaders. These are just people with money.
Aware of it was the case. The truth of the matter is I interact with government officials and others and governments of other countries. That's what I don't say. You're asking me about a dinner I don't know anything about. I can't answer you because I don't know anything about this dinner. It's the first I heard of it. Like I said, I don't keep the president's social schedule. It's not on my phone. It's not in my pocket. I don't even know. I can't comment on a dinner I know nothing about.
Yeah, I think that represents a real problem for this committee because there's clearly a way around the State Department for foreign individuals of significant influence and wealth to be able to directly lobby the president of the United States.
But I don't
So
think
your
that's
answer
fair.
is that you don't know
No.
this is happening.
Well, I don't know that there's
That
a dinner.
in and of itself is.
I don't know that there's a dinner, and I don't know what the guest list is, but I can tell you, I've run into the president of FIFA from the World Cup. He's here all the time. I see him. He's a private individual. It's not a government entity, and he's met with the president and is friendly with the president. He doesn't have to go through me to meet with the president. The president has relationships and friends and people he's known for a long time. Some of them are foreigners. That's not unusual.
Yeah,
but
these
you're
are
asking
people
me
he's
about a
known for a
specific
long
dinner
time.
and
These are
implying
individuals
nefarious
who just
impact.
walk
I
their way
can't
into a
comment on it.
meeting with
All right, guys, and let's go ahead and give a quick little shout out to our sponsor. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that, let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And all right, guys, let's get right back to it. Shout out to the sponsor. Go ahead and scan that code right there to go ahead and cash in on that deal. Let's go.
the president. I think you should probably endeavor to get your hands on the list to make sure that there aren't individuals there who are perhaps contravening national security interests that the
Well, I don't think
Department
that's,
of
I don't
State
have any
is
concern about that.
prioritizing.
Ultimately, I don't have any concern that the president having dinner with someone's going to contravene the national security of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Yeah, me
Senator
too.
King.
I mean, it's a very wild spin on that dinner. It's like they're going to talk national security at a crypto dinner. I mean, bro, please, that's very hard to sell right there. But okay, though. I mean, we're hearing it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In response to an earlier question you sort of posed a question back. What is one thing that has happened during the Trump administration that has strengthened Vladimir Putin's hand in Ukraine, mentioning that the sanctions were still in place? I just would like to introduce for the record an article dated February 28 from NBC News titled "State Department Terminates U.S. Support of Ukraine Energy Grid Restoration." That'll be entered in the record. I was in Ukraine the day after the Palm Sunday bombing in Sumy and spoke to USAID staffers who'd all been riffed. They're going to be laid off either the middle of summer or early September. I'm aware that that's subject to litigation, but they talked about the fact that the grant cancellation.
Yeah, but we've been said that, yo, if we can't get nothing solved there, then we're just gonna step away from Ukraine and let that happen. We're not gonna leave American workers there to be hurt just because that we know for what, honestly, for what? Like, we're not gonna send no more money there. So yes, they're gonna be relieved of duty and they're gonna bring their ass back home. That's that. Like I said, we already said that we'll withdraw all support if this does not reach a favorable conclusion during these, not trade talk, but peace talks.
Canceled a grant that USAID had in place, hundreds of millions of dollars, that has been used repeatedly to restore the Ukrainian energy grid after attacks by Russians. I could give other examples. That is the one that is most present on my mind since I was just there. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about the...
And guys, we're only 44 away from opening up the call-in line, man. Appreciate the support, guys. And make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video. Let's go.
A program. It's the United States Refugee Assistance Program. And this is a program that state is the manager of, but together with other cabinet secretariats, DHS and HHS, state plays the lead management role. And it is how to manage the U.S. refugee assistance programs in tandem with contractors who help the United States on that. By an executive order on the first day of his presidency, President Trump paused all refugee programs and has canceled contracts to the agencies like the U.S. Catholic Church or Lutheran Refugee Services or HIAS or Church World Services who've been resettling refugees. Those programs are paused. There's litigation about it, but as far as I know, the United States is not, or the administration has not withdrawn the executive order. So there's essentially from this administration no refugee programs for anyone except. In early February, the president announced a special refugee program for Afrikaner farmers, justified by some concerns about South Africa and foreign policy, but B, a claim that these were persecuted individuals. So right now, the U.S. refugee program allows a special program for Afrikaner farmers, the first group of whom arrived at Dulles Airport in Virginia not long ago, while shutting off the refugee program for everyone else. Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted, and they passed every sort of check mark that had to be checked off in terms of meeting the requirements for that. They live in a country where farms are taken and land is taken on a racial basis.
Okay. Do you think they're more persecuted?
I mean, here's the thing, though. This has been going on in South Africa for a while now. Like, this has been word on the street on a secret note. Like, hey, you know, they're beheading white people in South Africa, right? And you're just sitting there just like, whoa, what? Yeah, they're beheading white people in Africa for their farmland. I mean, shoot, I ain't gonna lie. I say give it to him. I mean, people want to make this about, oh, he's trying to make the country white and all this good stuff. Why are we making this about race? Why are we making this about race, guys? I mean, these are people are being persecuted. They're getting beheaded. They got cases. The government literally wants to take their land from them. I mean, I say give it to them. You guys are just mad that they're white, and that's honestly a shame. It's like, really? Like, that's kind of racist.
Than Uyghurs or Rohingyas, or more persecuted than political dissidents in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, or more persecuted than those who would be threatened should they be returned to Afghanistan by violence by the Taliban?
Well, the problem we face there is the volume problem, okay? If you look at all the persecuted people of the world, it's millions of people.
Yeah.
They can't all come here. And we had refugee programs.
So
that were
why,
acting as a magnet for
why
people to come here.
prioritize Afrikaner farmers?
Well, because it's a small subset, it's a new issue, and the president identified it as a problem and wanted to use it as an example. But that's different from having these refugee programs that were basically spending money to put people up in communities and accommodate them, and it was acting as a magnet. Millions of people entered this country illegally, and today the border is sealed.
Let me challenge you, and I'm just going to say for the public, if you want to understand about the.
I mean, here's the thing. Like I said, Dems are usually for this, whole, if people are in trouble, they should be able to come here and all that good stuff. And that's exactly what Trump does. But because they're white, it's a problem. I mean, like I said, this screams kind of racist. This is kind of racist, guys. I think we might want to back off this. Like Dems, you might want to back off this one a little bit. Because I've been preaching about this whole anti-white sentiment for a while now. And a lot of people have as well. And you're kind of proving the point here. So I would advise you guys to please back off this one because you're looking kind of racist towards white people,
Quote, persecution of Afrikaner farmers. Go look at the composition of the South African government. Since July of 2024, there's a government of national unity. And the opposition party to the ANC, the Afrikaner Party, the Democracy Alliance, is part of the governing coalition. They joined the governing coalition a year ago, and the leader of that party was given the remit of Agriculture Minister, John Steenhuisen. He is the leader of the former Afrikaner Party, still widely representing Afrikaners. He is the Minister of Agriculture in South Africa right now. I assert that this claim.
So hold on. And here's the thing, though. You're trying to go against their Afrikaners claim as if it's President Trump's claim. And here's the thing, we invited these people over for amnesty because of their claim, right? So I would ask this man, I'd be like, bro, you're asking the wrong person the question. Why don't you get one of those, immigrants that came here, the South Afrikaners, and ask them about their claim. Propose these questions to them because these are the people who made the claim saying that they're in danger. And this is why Trump brought them over here. That's it. That is all. So if I don't know why you're asking Rubio when you really should be asking the Afrikaners since you have questions about their claim, which is a bit racist because, like I said, if they weren't white, you guys wouldn't even be saying anything. You'd be like, you better listen to their claim, and if you don't, you're a racist. But because they're white, now we can question their claim now. Now we can question this whole amnesty program, this whole interviewing program. Now we're going like, well, did you interview them right? Are you sure there's actually a problem over there? Did you guys do the same?
That there's persecution of Afrikaner farmers is completely specious. Are you aware ever during the apartheid era in South Africa, did the United States establish a special program to allow South African blacks who were treated as second-class citizens in the apartheid program, a special program so they could claim refugee status in the United States?
No, because I was probably in 9th grade or 8th grade at the time.
Yeah, well, then I don't expect you to know. I'll just tell you, never has there been a special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the United States. We've allowed.
Bro, there is no special program. They just went through the amnesty program, the one that y'all abused for what? The Hispanics, for the Haitians. Yes, the same program you guys abused, they're using. And now you're mad? That is hilarious to me. I'm not even gonna lie. This is absolutely funny. The same program that you guys use to sneak these non-citizens in here, same program they use to save them from persecution, and you guys are upset. I don't know, man. It's kind of racist.
Allowed special programs for people being persecuted for their religion, Soviet-era Jews. We've allowed special programs for people fleeing from communism, Cuba, Vietnam, the Soviet Union. We've never allowed a special program to allow Africans into the United States in an expedited refugee status until now. Afrikaner farmers living in a nation governed by a government of national unity that includes the main Afrikaner Party. And actually, an even more right-wing Afrikaner Party is also included in the coalition government. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that if we're interpreting...
Bro, there's a group of white people and a large crowd on video that's saying, bro, kill the white people, okay? They're trying to kill whitey. This is a problem. Like, there's literally a group of Africans, I mean, and people darker than me that want to go out there and take their land from these people based off, I guess, reparations. And they're going to take their farmland. They're going to kill them for it. They're literally Nat Turnering the white people out there. You guys are going for it. Like, this is okay. It's not. And then this man want to talk about the party. I'm like, bro, we're talking about a group that the party is failing to stop. There's a group of extremists going out there, pretty much kicking white people off their land. And if they don't go there, they kill them, or they just kill them regardless. That's the problem. And their parties, these parties you're talking about, no matter where they lean, they're not able to protect them.
The statute.
That's like asking why Hamas can't protect the Palestinians. Like, bro, what are you trying to say?
Phrase, a well-justified fear of persecution. We should try to do that in an even-handed way.
I think we should try to do that in the interest of the national security of the United States.
So okay, I agree with you too. We should. Should we try to do it in an even-handed way? So for example, should we say, if you're persecuted on the grounds of your religion, we'll let you in if you're a Christian, but not if you're a Muslim?
I think that the United States has a right to allow into this country and prioritize allowance of who they want to allow to come in.
But I think but I'm going to ask you, so a well-justified fear of persecution?
Yeah, they thought that their farms were being burned down and they would be killed. I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come. They're afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy.
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It requires prioritizing the interest of the United States.
Phrase says you are
I'm gonna be real with you. I kind of know, like, he don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it for him. Look, the reason why is one, because they're gonna assimilate better into our culture and they're gonna respect our culture. These people came over waving the American flags. All right, you're talking about people who want to assimilate into our culture versus people who had no respect for our culture. There's a difference here, and I don't care about their skin color. I'm talking about the respect that these people have for our culture and their ability to assimilate through, and also, you know, their religious preference as well, which is Christian.
Entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So
you're
can
allowed.
you have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently you are, because you don't like the fact that they're white, and that's why they're coming.
Say that would be unacceptable.
Well, no,
that
I would say that the United States,
a very easy thing
the United
to say.
States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United States.
Even based on the color of somebody's skin.
No one's. You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These are people whose farms were being burned down and they were killed because of the color of their skin.
Well,
bro, and here's the funny thing is, like, you share the same skin color as them and you're arguing against them. This is insane. This is insane, bro. Like, I never thought I'd see today where white people is getting mad at other white people for seeking refuge. Like, this is insane. But then again, I never thought I'd see today Democrats would hold water for the corporate elites, you know, or, you know, shake that ass in a circle for the big banks. Like, never thought I'd see today.
Well, you've demonstrated enough, because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain criteria.
Who has said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country.
No.
That's a small number of people that are coming.
Wrong.
But you said this weekend that
but
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year. 1 million people come to this country every year legally. 1 million.
And
people
now
a year come to this
there is
country
one
legally.
group
No
of
other
people
country
that
in the
have
world
an
is nearly as
easy
generous.
pass into this country. For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I think it should be applied in a
and I
way.
yield
No, you
back.
shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States.
Yeah.
Our immigration policy should be based on.
Yeah, I mean, it should be based on the national interest of the United States, who will be having people who can assimilate into the United States. Not just anybody who's in danger who cannot assimilate in here and who would just try to flood their culture in here. Like, yes, that's not how this is going to work no more. I'm sorry. I know one of the guys in the chat was pretty much trying to say, oh, well, bring your culture is one of the most American things. No, assimilating to the culture is one of the most American things. That's American right there. So I don't know where you guys thought, what you thought this was when you what? So you tell me what, you don't be okay with the Islam people bringing over their culture? Now you got Sharia law in certain states? That cool? I thought so. So let's think before we say things like that.
On the national interest of the United States, period. End of story.
And think about it. If they love their culture so much, then take their ass back there then. Cool. Go back to your country if you love that culture so much and take control back of your government. But don't come here and bring that stuff and disrespect our culture.
There's a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do when they come here. They're going to receive preference, no doubt about it. There are a lot of sad stories around the world, millions and millions of people around the world. It's heartbreaking. We cannot assume millions and millions of people around the world. No country can. So you have to have a process of deciding, who do you prioritize, who do you allow in. We do it all the time. We do it in our immigration system now under our current laws. Unfortunately, it's primarily based on family connection and not on what they're going to contribute to the society from a merit standpoint. That should be changed, but that'll require statutory changes. But the bottom line is, this notion that somehow we have to accept anyone who wants to come to the United States is absurd. No country in the world has an immigration policy like that.
And no one is arguing that we should. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Daines.
Secretary Rubio, it's great to see you here today. Very proud of what you're doing in your role. Grateful to call you a friend and to watch what you're doing now around the world with working on the president's agenda. Secretary Rubio, I want to talk about energy for a moment. Our allies in Europe are waking up to the security and economic threats posed by their reliance on Russian energy. Despite some progress, many of our European partners still are hesitant to diversify their energy portfolio, energy sources.
And I mean, yeah, ain't that crazy? A lot of countries in the EU or just Europe in general buy their energy from Russia. The same people that they're oh so against, they're buying their energy from. It's absolutely hilarious. It's like, really, guys? Oh, we're oh so against Russia, even though, you know, they're the reason why my light bulb is on right now.
And ensure they can literally keep the lights on. This recent nationwide power outage in Spain provided a timely reminder that intermittent source of energy cannot replace reliable baseload power that comes from fossil fuels or other steady sources. So despite their acknowledgement of this threat, Europe is still making it very difficult for energy companies to do business on the continent. In fact, the European Commission promulgated regulations in the last year regarding ESG due diligence and methane emissions that will soon make it all but impossible due to these reporting requirements for major gas exporters to do business in Europe. Secretary Rubio, how can you work with our partners in Europe to build a more reasonable, broader, more diverse energy trade and regulatory framework that allows companies to deliver?
Now, hold on now. See, the problem is with some of y'all who says American don't have a culture. One, wildly disrespectful, and I don't think you understand the definition of culture. So I guess we'll just have to read it out for you. All right. So culture encompasses the shared belief, value, customs, and behavior of a group of people. So, I mean, what are some shared beliefs that American people have? Freedom of speech, equal rights, freedom of religion. These are shared beliefs that every American have, no matter your skin color. As an American, you have this belief. So there's part of our culture right there. Is just our free, or is just our love of liberty? Is our right? Is every American's shared belief that we have a right to liberty? Values. I mean, shoot. Most of Americans have a Christian value, or at least an understanding of all religions. We have a value. We have a value system here, but it's mostly a Christian value system. Like, you will not kill. Like, you wouldn't, like, bro, you won't steal. There's a lot of things you won't do in America that's kind of set up on Judeo-Christian values. So here's the thing. When you try to say we don't have a culture, that is like factually incorrect. Because, I mean, we got a lot of shared beliefs. We got a lot of values and customs. Like holidays, like we all celebrate Christmas. We all celebrate New Year's, 4th of July. Those are American customs, celebrations. Like, come on now. Why am I having to explain culture to you guys?
Power that Europe so badly needs.
Well, obviously, when
you Dems are disrespectful to the culture that's giving you the most freedoms in the world, and it's wild.
You talk about the European Union and these individual countries, they have a degree of sovereignty. They'll have to make these decisions. We can certainly, in our conversations with them, remind them of the vulnerability of their energy grid. It is, I think, everyone's consensus belief that one of the factors that went into Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine is his belief that Europe was so dependent on him for energy that they would do nothing about it if he did it. And that turned out to be the case. Now you've seen some countries moving faster than others to diversify. For example, I believe on Saturday was the first delivery of U.S. LNG to Italy. They've opened up a terminal now to accept it. There are other countries that are looking, but obviously these things take time. But I think the case in point, if in fact that's what led to the collapse of the grid, and there was, by the way, a collapse today in their telecom system as well in Spain, is a reminder of the vulnerability of energy, the vulnerability for purposes of just conducting 21st century commerce and economics, but also vulnerability potentially to being used as a geopolitical weapon against you. So I sense that among many of our allies in Europe, particularly those on the eastern flank, there is a growing, and I would say not just awareness, but a growing fear of how vulnerable they are on energy, both to foreign actors and because of the strains that are going to be placed by AI and other new technologies on our energy grid in the years to come.
Secretary Rubio, I want to shift gears for a moment and come back to a part of the world that doesn't get a lot of attention, but very strategically important, that's Central Asia. Think about Central Asia, the 5 countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan. When they wake up in the morning, they look north, they see Russia. They look to the east, they see China. They look south to Afghanistan. They look south and west to Iran. There is great potential that I don't believe is being utilized. An example of that is the lack of a trans-Caspian pipeline. You've got these 5 Central Asian countries, the Caspian Sea. 20 on your plate right now, Mr. Secretary of the World.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and greetings, Secretary Rubio. And it's a pleasure to work with you when you were in your Senate capacity on a number of human rights issues related to China, Taiwan, Tibet, Hong Kong, and certainly the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which I think is a standard and a strategy I hope will spread to other countries to reject goods made by slave labor in China. Today, however, I want to wrestle a bit with another what I consider to be a humanitarian tragedy, the conditions in Gaza. I very much supported Israel going after Hamas following October 7th, but we are now well over a year and a half into this, and there's a new phase of events, which I'll try to summarize. 6 months ago, Finance Minister Smotrich said Israel should thin the population through voluntary migration. He also used the term encouraged migration. These terms are considered a euphemism for forced displacement. And the strategies of forced migration are food denial, the demolition of homes so that there's no place to return to, and driving people from one area in the Gaza Strip south to the southern side. Then there is a new plan called Operation Gideon's Chariot, mass call-up of troops in Israel. And Netanyahu said a few days ago, he said, we're going to take over all the areas of the Gaza Strip. By the way, on that forced displacement or the demolition of homes, I want to put up a chart to accentuate the point. This is satellite images done by the New York Times that show before the war, the detailed homes, mass damage before the ceasefire, and then since the ceasefire, absolutely, the entire neighborhood turned to rubble. There's just basically nothing left that is habitable.
So like they came back around and bombed the rubble just for the hell of it.
I wanted to just make the point that it's not some theory about the strategy. The strategy is being implemented very aggressively and effectively. But let me return to the issue of food denial. The Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs estimated that in February, 2,000 children were admitted for treatment of acute malnutrition. I was thinking about the strips that are used. They're called MUAC strips, mid-upper arm circumference. It's basically a measure of the bicep. And I saw them I went to areas that were under starvation in Africa, and I saw these being used, and you'd see a child, and you would think this child is just maybe 2 years old, and they'd be 5 years old, and their arms as thin as toothpicks. And I was struck when a UN health representative returned and said, and I quote, "I've seen them in the wards," referring to the hospital wards, a child of 5 years old, and I thought he was 2.5. So Ulcha said 2,000 children acute malnutrition. That's a nice way of saying we're starving.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are starving these people. And I mean, so hilarious. Let me tell you guys something effed up, okay? So Israel pretty much like to say, oh, well, we send these guys a text message. What nation actually sends an enemy a warning before they attack them? Now, think about this logically, guys. How are these guys charging their phones in Gaza if they're blowing up the buildings and they control their infrastructure? Should they shut off the power? So they're sending these text messages to who?
In March, there were 36 children admitted for acute malnutrition. The denial of food the blockade began March 2nd, so the numbers are undoubtedly up much higher in April and now into May. The World Health Organization reported a couple days ago that 57 children had died from the effects of malnutrition. That blockade shows signs of being changed. Netanyahu has made some public comments. He said, "We will not stand by." Let's see. "We cannot reach a point of starvation for practical and diplomatic reasons." He went on to say that mass starvation is a red line that could cost Israel support from the U.S. He didn't say it was a humanitarian problem, but support from the U.S. And yesterday, 5 trucks went in, and there's a plan to get up to 100 trucks. But 5 trucks is 1% of the amount needed for daily food supplements.
Damn.
And 100 trucks is still only 20% in an area that's already extremely hungry.
So they got 20 trucks pulled up. Israel only let them allowed to have like 5 of them, and that's only going to help 1% of the people that need it. Oh my God. Yeah, they're starving them.
This has led Canada, France, and Britain to say we cannot stand by while the Netanyahu government pursues these egregious actions. The level of human suffering is intolerable. So I guess my question here is the U.S. is a very close ally to Israel, both in military, security support, certainly in economic support. Is the administration conveying to the Netanyahu government that encouraging migration through food denial is an unacceptable strategy?
It really
Well, let me
is.
say, I won't discuss, obviously, for many different reasons, what we share with our partners and allies.
I mean, bomb them indiscriminately, and now you're starving them to try to get them to move? And you think you're not creating more Hamas? Like I said, it's a perpetual. Honestly, it's like this. It's like, when did Benjamin Netanyahu start using Chicago nigga logic? This is Chicago gang logic. Like, this is a hood nigga logic that this man is using. And let me explain. And sorry for my use of the N-word, but this is ignorant. This is ignorant. So in Chicago, through gang violence, you know how this gang violence usually happen. One guy kills another guy's homie. That homie turns into a gang member. Now he want to go ride on the other guy, kills that guy. Now that guy's homies gets upset. Now they join the gang. And now it's a back and forth of family members joining gangs because of one of their family members dying due to gang violence, due to the opposition. And, these days, the opposition like to brag about who they kill. Now, do you see where I'm going with this? Great. So you can kind of see how Israel just constantly bombing these people, taking out women and children alike. And these are men that are losing their kids, siblings, brothers and sisters. And you don't think that's turning them Hamas? It's like, what type of logic is this? Like, what type of logic are they using in this? That's what I'm saying. This is like hood nigga logic.
But I will walk you through some of the steps you've rightly outlined, what has happened
It's
over the
not
last.
too long a speech because I'm really trying to get where our administration is standing.
Well, I'm still trying to get the center out of me, so I still talk longer than I should.
Yeah,
so
well,
I'll be more brief.
I'm going to have to reclaim some time. But go ahead, try to keep it very.
Well, you want me to answer?
I do want you to answer, but hopefully answering, the question is pretty simple. Does the U.S. consider this an acceptable strategy of encouraging migration?
Well, I would say that we were pleased and to see that aid is starting to flow in again. I understand your point that
I got you, big dog. He says, "Set, can you poll? Does Iran get a bomb or not?" I mean, goddamn, I think everybody. All right, I got you, big dog. I got you. All right, man.
that it's not in sufficient amounts, but we were pleased to see that decision was made. I understand another 100 trucks are behind that and maybe more in the next few days. I'll also tell you that I met in Rome 3 days ago with the World Food Program to walk through some of the ideas and plans they had for distribution on the ground. And ultimately, the answer here is for this to end, hopefully with the elimination of Hamas, because the people of Gaza deserve a more prosperous, peaceful future, which they'll never have as long as Hamas exists.
Well, thank you. That was brief and well done. Thank you. So then the second part of this is the systematic destruction of remaining homes as a way to make it impossible for people to stay in Gaza. Does the U.S. discourage that? Is it discouraging the Netanyahu government from continuing that strategy?
Well, we don't view that that's their strategy. We understand that they are targeting elements of Hamas, is what they have claimed and said to us and to the world, that they believe that they need to root out the remaining elements of Hamas, who, by the way...
Yeah, but the problem is, though, like I said, this war started off with 25,000 members of Hamas. And I would like to ask Israel, well, how much did you take out? How much are left? And because here's the thing, there has been more reportings of civilian deaths than the reportings of, the Hamas deaths. Like I said, we're at what's the range, guys? 25 to 40,000. Some people even say 100,000 people were killed in this. And for what? 25,000 Hamas members? Where's the results?
Have been an impediment to multiple ceasefires that I know have been negotiated and even agreed upon by Hamas external and then vetoed by Hamas internal.
Is the U.S., it sounds like then, therefore, we're not concerned about that, or you characterize it differently. There has been reports of the administration working behind the scenes to develop a plan to help deport Gazans to Libya. Have you been involved in any discussions related to deporting people from Gaza, Palestinians in Gaza, to Libya?
No, there's no deportation. What we have talked to some nations about is if someone voluntarily and willingly says, I want to go somewhere else for some period of time because I'm sick, because my children need to go to school or what have you, are there countries in the region willing to accept them for some period of time?
Oh, whoops. I got you.
But those will be voluntary decisions by individuals.
Well, if they're voluntary decisions because there is no clean water, there is no food, and bombing is all around you, is that really a voluntary decision?
Well, ultimately, that's the point, right? And that is you don't want people trapped there. They may want to come back. They may want to live there in the future, but right now they can't. And if there's some nation willing to accept them in the interim period, yes, we've asked countries preliminarily whether they would be open to accepting people, not as a permanent situation, but as a bridge towards reconstruction.
Does that include Libya?
I'm not aware of Libya.
Thank you. I will just summarize since my time is up. I think the U.S. has a moral responsibility to fiercely convey to the Netanyahu government that using food as an instrument of war is unacceptable. It's a violation of international humanitarian law. It's mass punishment. We have now children who are dying, and while Netanyahu said he doesn't want to see mass starvation, he's drawing the line at mass starvation, but we're seeing real starvation right now, and I think we owe it to...
And here's the thing now, look, Hamas, the civilians, they don't deserve this. They really don't deserve this. A lot of people understand that part, but I don't know, Israel don't. But I do want to show you guys something, because this is Iran. And Iran, I mean, they're a very special case when it comes to, the Western world. I'll tell you that. They don't like us too much.
Iran's Khamenei launches blistering attack on Trump after Middle East visit. Okay. Adam, I think you shared this clip with us.
Yes.
And so here's a clip of Khamenei. And Brandon, we double checked that this happened on the 17th. So it's not an older video. This is a video from the 17th. He is talking about the Trump and a nuclear deal. So, and there's an audience in front of him. You tell me if this sounds like a noble group of people that you want to negotiate with. Go ahead, Rob.
بعضی از این حرفایی که
در این سفر رئیس جمهور آمریکا به منطقه مطرح شد لایق جواب دادن نیست اصلا.
Oh, wow. Hold on. All right. Some of the things the U.S. president said in his recent visits to Saudi Arabia
آمریکا به منطقه مطرح شد لایق جواب
are not even worthy of my response.
دادن نیست اصلا.
Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Soleimani is the leader. Now, it is fair to say that if you don't celebrate, you will be executed. But hey, death to those who oppose the rule of your jurisprudence. I don't know what the heck. Death to America. Death to
Death upon
England.
America. Death upon England. Death to the
Hypocrites, infidels. Death to Israel.
Death to Israel.
Seems like a good vacation.
اینقدر سطح حرف
The
پایینه
level of how things he said is so low.
مایه
The things he said. Yeah, the level of things he said is so low.
سرفکندگی گوینده حرف و مایه سرفکندگی.
That is a shame that the speaker himself, as well as for the American people. That is a shame for the speaker himself, as well for the American people. All right, my guy. Yeah, all right. You know what? I mean, shit, F around and find out. You could F around and find out all day then. Now, you know what? I mean, you want to have yourself a bomb, but then yes, we will bomb the shit out of you. And I will sit there like, hey, if this is the energy y'all coming with, you got to understand why we probably will bomb the shit out of you. But if you just take back the bomb and maybe, and with language like this, yeah, we might need to go ahead and take away your nuclear facilities and nuclear capabilities as well. If this is your language. Now, if the regime falls and we got somebody else in charge, okay. But this guy here, you know what? I'm starting to come around to the whole, you know what, Iran, if this is your man's right here, this your man's, yeah, you can't even have a nuclear facility, dog. Not even an enrichment program. I'm sorry. But if this guy's gone, get him up out of there, then okay, sure. But I kind of see their point now. And trust me, when I seen this video, I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it now. Like, you changed my mind.
Our connection and our close relationship to Israel to powerfully convey the importance of not just 5 trucks a day like yesterday or 100 trucks a day, but enough food to end the starvation. Is that a policy you can get behind?
To ultimately rebuild and provide people a future in Gaza?
To get behind enough trucks to end the starvation.
Yeah, we've made that point.
Gaza.
Look, I think ultimately, I don't think you would have seen the events of the last couple of days without our engagement, the engagement of others. Israel remains a strong ally. We're supportive. We understand why for their security Hamas cannot exist. We are also very happy to see that they have allowed aid to begin to flow, and we hope that that will continue.
Concluding comment, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your tolerance. It's an important topic. Netanyahu did say he was responding to remarks and pressure from American politicians. I assume that's the administration saying that America cannot accept mass starvation. But I would encourage you to push not for 5 or 100 trucks, but enough food to end the fact that children are starving and adults are starving, innocents are starving. Our close relationship, we need to end it.
Senator McCormick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Shaheen, and Secretary Rubio. Good to see you. It's always great to have you here. Let me start with Iran. I'm deeply concerned, as I know you are, about Iran's nuclear ambitions, and I agree wholeheartedly with President Trump's view.
Here's the thing. It's not even about Iran's nuclear ambition. It's about their leader. That's all this is about. Like, bruh. And then that's why everybody's scared of Iran. I get it now. Like, this guy is F the world. He really is F the world. It's Iran against the world in his eyes. Like, yeah, that's not the right guy. That is not the right guy. If you can't even talk to Trump, then you're being ridiculous. Because I mean, he's probably be the easiest world leader to talk to at this point. If he's talking to everybody in the Middle East and he's willing to talk to you and bring you back and bring y'all back in. But I mean, let's be real. This leader of Iran, I mean, these guys are a bit extreme, man. These guys are some extremists. I mean, they can explain to the men about the 72 virgins, but they can't explain to women what they get out of the deal.
That there must be complete dismantlement of Tehran's nuclear enrichment capabilities. A key flaw, as you know, in the JCPOA was its failure to address Iran's support for terrorist proxies. And we've seen the horrific results of that. What assurances is the administration seeking from Iran on its support for terrorist proxies as part of the negotiations?
Well, interestingly enough, the negotiations initially have been focused entirely at this point, although obviously we're aware of their sponsorship of terrorism in the region, including the Houthis and Hezbollah and other groups such as this, the militias in Iraq, and their efforts to get back into Syria. Right now, the focus at this point of this has been their enrichment capability, and they're insistent on enrichment capability. Ultimately, I would say that if in fact we have sanctions that are related, things such as sanctions that are related to the sponsorship of terrorism and their violation of weapons conventions and the like, their long-range munitions, those sanctions will remain. If those aren't part of the deal, then the sanctions will remain as a result of that. But initially, I could say that the focus of the conversations over the last few weeks with Mr. Witkoff and the Iranians has been on this enrichment matter, which is by far the sort of the core and most critical matter. As you know, the Iranian position is that they have a right to enrich as a matter of national pride. And our view has consistently been that they can have a civil nuclear program without an enrichment capability, and that an enrichment capability, in fact, would be weaponized at some point in the future, or could be weaponized, and that's a threat that cannot be accepted.
Good, thank you. On Syria, I know that many of us are eager to work with you on implementing the president's plan to lift sanctions and protect key U.S. priorities. What assurances is the administration?
Let's keep it going. Just so he's giving him a softball.
Can you have Mr. Lewin or you come back to Congress and talk about USAID in the context of the coming end of the federal fiscal year and SFOPs and appropriations?
That's already planned to do that, not just him, but others, because we'll have to update you on that, on our reorg organization, whatever OMB decides to do with money. So there's a host of things for us to all talk about.
So I just want to illustrate, whenever I talk with you, I feel pretty encouraged, and then stuff doesn't happen. I wrote 8 unanswered letters, and I request to enter those into the record without objection. And my staff has sent 200 unanswered questions, 200 unanswered questions about this much paper. Consultation is not a courtesy. It is required by law, and we have now 200, and these are perfunctory. What are you up to? What does this mean? This is the kind of normal pace of operations. Radio silence. Other than you're very responsive, your department and USAID has not been very responsive. Foreign Affairs Reform and Restructuring Act, the Empowerment Control Act, the Anti-Deficiency Act, the Foreign Assistance Act, and the annual appropriations bills for state and foreign operations have been violated in multiple ways. On March 12th, you wrote, "We plan to engage Congress as required both by law and reality before we start drafting a plan to bring USAID over understate." That did not happen. As you know, we have a pledge. We owe the Global Fund $1.3 billion. I spoke with the head of the Global Fund in response to my repeated requests and multiple other people's repeated requests. You told me that those funds were going to be released. It has not happened. I'd just like you to respond to that. And again, I like you, I like our working relationship, but what is happening is we have a good conversation, and then I don't know, it seems to be getting sandbagged underneath you in this vast bureaucracy.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why we want to reorganize, is to have less vast bureaucracy, but I wouldn't blame that on this. The first couple points, we believe and continue to believe that we have complied with the law on every step of the way, including through advising Congress of our roles, and even now with the reorganization. We have not issued a congressional notification yet. We issued a preliminary. We have taken input from members. I actually personally signed a letter that I think should have been delivered to you. I was overseas. I don't know if it was Monday or Sunday or Saturday, but it was in response to your
Last
latest
night.
letter.
Yeah.
So I hope you did get that. And obviously we'll continue to engage with you on all of this as well.
I don't know about that one, Teach. I don't know. It's like, nah. If there was an African country out there bombing some random group of, I don't know, Arabs, white people, even now, think about like now, I'm pretty consistent in my belief because there are black people out here trying to behead white people, and I'm okay with them seeking refuge here. So I would say my stance is pretty consistent, is that I don't want I don't want nobody getting victimized like that. I'll be quite honest with you. So I feel like my stance is a bit consistent, but you know what? That's me talking personally, but so I will give you the stance on that. If you act your average black guy or your average person anyway, yeah, I mean, Yeah, they would definitely call you racist. I ain't even gonna lie. But hey,
Practical effect here, right? Because everyone can agree that, well, I don't know if everyone can agree, but it seems
but I give you that one.
to me that most of us agree that there is virtue in reforming any big institution, and that aligning USAID's operations with the State Department and the president's and the secretary's foreign policy objectives is beneficial. The question is, can we do this lawfully and in a way that doesn't damage our international reputation? Mothers who have fled Boko Haram in Nigeria are watching their babies starve. Children in South Sudan are dying of cholera. Families are dying because they have been cut off from their HIV medications. There are about 103 deaths an hour. And so we can talk about the reorganization of the State Department, but this becomes quickly not an abstraction, not a normal public policy tug and pull, because the way that this has been done, set aside our disagreement about whether it's been done lawfully, it's been done in a just catastrophic fashion. And so on some level, that's water under the bridge. But what I want from you is a commitment to try to get an appropriations bill that is done on a bipartisan basis that reconstitutes the foreign aid enterprise. I think we can do fewer things. I think we can be more narrow in our focus. But you are pushing on an open door, and instead of pushing on that open door, you are lighting the room on fire. Maybe that was not your intent. And I think we have two objectives right now: minimize suffering and reputational damage on one, that's one line of effort. And the other is, how do we get back to the regular order where we can do a bill together? And I'd like your thoughts in the remaining minute and a half.
Yeah, well, first of all, that is the intent here, right, is to rebuild the foreign aid enterprise under the State Department. By the way, it's something multiple secretaries of states before me have wanted to do, because we want foreign aid to be a part of our diplomacy toolbox and our way we engage the world, not its own separate entity, but all of it coordinated one with the other. So that's our hope on the reorg, and that's what we're trying to endeavor towards. I also don't think it's fair, by the way, you highlighted a couple points, like in South Sudan, there's distribution problems there. It's not just a program. PEPFAR is 85% operative right now. So you touched about HIV medication.
Secretary, you are required to spend 100% of the money, not 85% of the money.
But 15% of that is funding of programs that we've canceled. We're going to cancel those programs. We've rescinded because they don't reach the purpose of those are elements in individual programs, for example.
Isn't it so funny though? And I get the appropriation part, but it is so funny how these guys are pushing these guys to spend taxpayer money. Like, spend the money, waste the taxpayer money. I demand you waste your taxpayer money. I demand it. I demand you sit there and just give it to these organizations that you're going to cut. Like, what? Like, do you understand, bro? We're supposed to be trying to save money here. You guys complain about the debt and savings and all this good stuff, but you're asking the man to just spend more money. Like, do you guys hear yourself?
That were not meeting the mandate of the program. They were not being delivered. We just the other day at the embassy level in Namibia identified fraud, where millions and millions of dollars of U.S. aid was found on the store shelves being resold into the marketplace. It was our ambassador who discovered it. We tried to work with local authorities to fix it, and it was not fixed. And he was weeping at the conference while announcing this decision because he'd hated to do it. And some of the places you highlight, it's important to remember, even if the money is distributed, sometimes it cannot be brought out. The aid does not reach people because armed elements in Sudan, in South Sudan, are impeding aid from reaching their intended recipients.
It's a very complicated world in terms of the delivery of aid. The one point I'd like to
Senator, you're out of time.
With your indulgence, 30 more seconds. And you and Senator Murphy had an exchange about this. It is just not true that only 12% of the aid reaches recipients. The way you get to 12% is it's 12% local NGOs. So that is excluding CARE, that is excluding the World Food Program, that is excluding Catholic Relief Services. And so if you're going to count that as like overhead or inefficiency, Secretary Rubio, you and I have honest disagreements, but that number has been given to you and is not an accurate assessment of the extent to which aid reaches the people who need it. And I will just say, if there's an enterprise to reduce overhead, count me in, but it is not 88% overhead. That's not what's happening. Thank you.
Well, that number, just to
I mean, that's what they was doing with the Department of Education. Like, we put 250 billion into the Department of Education, and 75% of it was being spent on overhead, administrative fees, and 25% to the students. So yeah, you guys have done this with bigger pools of money already. Like, what makes you think that we're going to believe that this is not the same situation? That yes, it's a big pool of money that you guys are wasting, and they're trying to cut down on it. For some reason, you just wanted to keep throwing money into the fire. For what? I have no idea.
clarify, it was actually Samantha Power's number. And she regretted that one of the things she was unable to do at USAID is improve upon that number.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in just 5 months, Secretary Rubio, and it's wonderful to have you back here in the committee. In just 5 months since you've been there, along with President Trump, just want to take a moment to highlight the incredible work that this administration has accomplished with your leadership, and clearly President Trump's, restored U.S. leadership across the globe, unleashed American energy, secured our southern border, reduced illegal immigration by 95%, reimposed maximal deterrence on Iran, pushed back on Chinese aggression, created new deals for U.S. companies, secured the release of hostages and unjustly detained
So here for the naysayers.
Because we have the capacity to export it and to develop it. And it's a need for our allies who need to diversify and in some cases make less dependent their system of generating electricity. It's a fundamental problem for multiple countries, for example, in Europe. It's not just the energy they need now, it's the energy they're going to need in the years to come. If you do an audit of where they're going to wind up needing, they don't have any way to generate that now unless they rely on things like U.S. exports of LNG. And that alone even won't be enough. They're going to have to find some other resources as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I served together in Congress for 15 years. We didn't always agree, but I believe we shared some common.
This is the guy that took a trip to El Salvador to go see Kilmar Garcia.
A belief in defending democracy.
Hold on. This guy, Senator Van Hollen, that's the guy who took a trip to El Salvador to visit Kilmar Garcia. This guy.
But I believe we shared some common values. A belief in defending democracy and human rights abroad and honoring the Constitution at home. That's why I voted to confirm you. I believed you would stand up for those principles. You haven't. You've done the opposite.
AKA, I thought you were going to stop Trump. Yeah, right. All right.
And you used to speak with conviction about the importance of foreign aid as a tool to advance American values and interests. Then you stood by while Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and other assistance programs. That has left a staggering toll. Broken trust with countries, openings for China and other adversaries, and countless preventable deaths of children and others. Take Sudan, for example. The freezing of U.S. humanitarian assistance forced the closure of nearly 80% of the emergency food kitchens there. 2 million famine-affected people were left without access to food. People died because of those actions. Mothers, fathers, and children. Tons of emergency food that could have saved their lives was left rotting in warehouses because you and Elon Musk refused to let USAID do its job. Sudan is a country where, by the administration's own determination, a genocide is unfolding in Darfur. But here's where it goes from cruel to despicable. While cutting off food aid to Sudanese families living through an actual genocide, you're fast-tracking white South Africans for refugee status under a manufactured claim that they are the victims of genocide. You tried to block the admission of individuals who had already been approved to come here as refugees while making bogus claims to justify granting such status to Afrikaners. You've made a mockery of our country's refugee process.
I mean, it is wild. Like I said, it's like, how is that a mockery of the refugee process if these people were literally being hunted? Here's the problem is that they're white, and this is turning into something a bit racist. Like I said, you Dems might want to back off this because it's sounding a bit like racist, a bit anti-white. Like, I'm sorry, but this is You guys feeling this way is not right. This just sounds hella racist. Like, God forbid Trump brought black people over here and white people lost their minds. You guys would say this is racist. So please, I mean, keep that same standard. I mean, please. That is
turning
wild.
it into a system of global apartheid where political ideology and race, more than truth or need, matter. And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza on day one. And yet last week, you were all running around to Gulf states, giving away very sensitive American AI and chips technology, but doing nothing to end the war in Gaza and get the remaining hostages returned.
Hold on, but they did though, and hostages were returned. We even got our hostages back. What are you talking about? Like, I mean, bro, when you wrote this, it felt like it was maybe like 6 months ago. So, what are you talking about?
You know that for 78 days, the Netanyahu government did not allow a scrap of food to enter Gaza to reach over 2 million civilians. 57 children have died from malnutrition so far, and more than 14,000 children are in imminent danger of dying of starvation. As Cindy McCain said last week, and I quote, "Families in Gaza are starving while the food they need is sitting at the border." That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call upon the Netanyahu government to end the blockade. Fortunately, other countries spoke out, and now we see a tiny trickle going in. Where have you focused your energy instead, Mr. Secretary? Well, your first trip as Secretary of State was to El Salvador.
Now, I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys a little background information about this whole Sudan thing, because I ain't gonna lie, when he was going off on that, I was like, hold on, what's going on? But okay, Sudan is facing a severe food crisis with millions experiencing acute hunger and famine declared in several areas. The conflict, displacement, and limited humanitarian access are major drivers of this crisis. Key aspects of this food crisis: widespread food insecurity. More than half of Sudan's population is facing high levels of acute food insecurity, with millions in emergency and catastrophic situations. Famine has been confirmed in at least 5 areas, including Zamzam camp in North Darfur, and further areas at risk. And we'll see conflicts as a major driver. The ongoing conflict is severely disrupting food production, supply chains, and humanitarian access, leading to widespread hunger and displacement. I mean, hold on, why did you mention that? I mean, why don't you mention that there's actually like some type of civil war going on in Sudan, and that might be the reason why there's a bit of the food disruption there? It might be a bit useless sending food down there if it's not really getting to the people because they're having, a bit of a conflict. But yes, major conflicts. Okay, let's get to it.
Not to promote democracy, but to cozy up to President Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. The result was a cash for collusion deal to deprive people living in America of their constitutional rights to due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, instructed you to facilitate the return to the United States of Abrego Garcia, who the administration admitted was wrongfully deported to El Salvador.
Yeah, but due to the Supreme Court ruling that he can continue deportations through the Alien Enemies Act, that means Kilmore Garcia's deportation is valid under the Alien Enemies Act because the Supreme Court voted on it. So, yeah, it is what it is. Sorry, guys.
Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return.
No, they didn't flout judicial orders. They waited for the Supreme Court's ruling, and the Supreme Court ruled in their favor. And for some reason, these guys want to talk past the facts.
Was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return Abrego Garcia, you boasted, quote, "I would never tell you that." Nope. And you know who else I would never tell? A judge. Clearly, you don't care about the Fifth Amendment right to due process, and you don't care about the First Amendment either.
I mean, yeah, he went through 2 immigration courts. He received due process. I mean, he's seen the court. He had a lawyer. Yeah, he got due process. And he's definitely eligible for expedited deportation as well, considering he has committed crimes. And then he's also eligible to be deported through the Aliens Enemies Act since he's a member of a terrorist organization, which would be MS-13. There's a lot of there's a lot of reasons to deport this man.
Since you've been very busy snatching students off of college campuses for exercising their right to free speech. You dredged up a relic from the McCarthy era to claim that student protesters posed a threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Give me a break, Mr. Secretary. You know as well as I do, this isn't about national security. It's about punishing free speech.
Really?
And you know that in America, the government doesn't get to use its power to punish speech it doesn't like. Yet in March, you boasted about revoking student visas, saying, and I'm quoting, "We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa," unquote. Let's look at one of those lunatics, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Ozturk. Her crime was co-authoring an op-ed in her college paper critical of Tufts University's response to the war in Gaza. Your own department found 0 links to terrorism, no anti-Semitic statements, but you still yanked her visa and shipped her off to detention in Louisiana. And the list goes on and on. The federal judge in the case of Mohsen Madawi, who is the Columbia student who was ambushed by federal agents at his citizenship appointment, said, and I quote, this is the judge, "Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids."
I'm weak. Shout out to my man Helba. He said, imagine if the secretary threw the January 6th committee in his face. Like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, so wait, what happened to their due process? Since you want to talk about due process. And then let's be honest, like I said, these immigrants are receiving due process, the due process of the Aliens Enemy Act, the due process of expedited deportation, where you don't get a hearing, where you don't get to see the courtroom, nor do you get representation. And through certain statutes in there, you could be eligible for this expedited deportation. And yes, look it up. It does count as due process.
Like the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, your campaign of fear and repression is eating away at foundational values of our democracy. Back then, it took one voice, Attorney Joseph Welch, to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, "Have you no sense of decency?" And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. You have shown through your words and your actions what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may say.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job.
Let's go.
Based on what I know.
Well, that's just
Your
a
record and
flippant
what you
statement,
stand
Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Go.
You may.
I didn't
Okay.
ask.
Senator,
question.
please let the secretary have
I'd be
the floor.
happy to, but then I can respond to his.
Your
response.
time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
well-
Your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Secretary, please.
Well, I'd like to, I can't
Calm
respond
down.
to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation.
I raised
don't
Sudan,
regret
Mr.
psychosocial support services.
I
with
raised
USAID.
Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I
not
respond, Mr.
Mozambique.
Chairman, or
Senator,
do I?
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7.
And this is the problem. Like, this is how liberals honestly argue in real life as well. Like, they sit there, they just pretty much just verbally lash you, have all the insults in the world while making their point, have no facts to back up their point. And then when you try to respond, they want to interrupt you the entire time and don't let you finish. It's like, what type of childish, the way of debating is this? What type of childish way of communication is this? Like, you just went off on this man for 3 minutes straight and you can't let him respond for 3 minutes straight is wild.
Straight minutes.
I chose
really
to
not-
use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use my time
suspend
that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come, you're going to see who you went to
Look, I'm sorry,
please,
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary
No.
Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments
Senator,
like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You've had
Secretary
your time.
Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court of the
Senator,
United States because
well,
he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Nobody asked you how to bitch ass thing. You better shut the fuck up before I knock your.
All right.
Another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach to that foreign partner and talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation under our division of powers in this country and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States. It would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts or frankly with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again.
Facts.
And we would break trust with them. So I have complied with every court order. What I won't comply with is an order to disclose what I'm saying and what we're talking about with a foreign leader, because then they won't talk to me. Diplomacy doesn't work that way. About the student visas, let me say this. I don't deport anybody, and I don't snatch anybody. The State Department does not have officers in the street snatching everybody. What I do is revoke visas, and it's very simple. A visa is not a right. It is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study. And if you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what Ms. Ozturk did?
We're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what she did? Come on, Mr. Secretary.
And every single
You're
one of
just
these
blowing
cases, the
smoke
factors
here
are
now.
different.
Senator,
The bottom line is if you're
Senator,
coming here to stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you
Does
have
the
a
First
visa
Amendment
and we find
apply
you,
to
we will
people
revoke
living in
it.
the United
And
States?
we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities. People are paying money.
He basically said, "Oh, you mad now, but trust me, you about to be even more upset because we're still going."
We'll revoke it. And we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities. People are paying money. These kids pay money to go to school, and they have to walk through a
Writing an
bunch of
op-ed
lunatics
to the
who are
tough
here on student
papers
visas.
disrupting the
Simple
foreign
as
policy
that.
of the United
I want to
States.
do more. I hope we can
That's
find more of these people.
pathetic, Mr.
In fact, the other day, some guys led a riot. I forgot what university it was. And I asked, please, can you find the arrest records of all the people that were arrested at that riot at that campus? Because if any of them have a visa, we're going to revoke
I
it.
feel so much safer
All right,
when you lock
let's,
up people like Ms. Ozturk, Mr. Secretary.
We've had enough time on the subject. Thank you very much.
Bro, pretty much saying if you're out there wanting to be a protest warrior and you doing it against Israel and he catch your name on there, you're gone. You're gone. They're revoking your privilege to be in the United States. You're supposed to be here learning and not out here being a justice warrior. And that's his stance. Now, personally, I'm being quite honest with you. I mean, freedom of speech, and I honestly don't agree with it. But I mean, they have every right, seeing that, like I said, they aren't citizens, to be real with you. They're just here on a visa, on America's permission to do a certain thing. If you're not doing that certain thing, which is what, school, work, and you're going outside of that, then I mean, they do have the right to revoke your visa.
And we're going to move to Senator Lee.
Mr. Secretary, it's very good to have you back here. I want to say it's good to see the fauna in its natural habitat, but it's more like its former habitat, because your current one is also where you naturally belong. And I, for one, I know a majority of us feel the same way, have every confidence in your ability to serve us and are very grateful for your service. One of the many things that I've always liked about you and I always agree with you on is your clear-eyed vision for the Western Hemisphere. You seem to share the understanding many of us have, which is that we've been blessed as a country throughout our 250-year existence by the fact that we're protected
Thank you, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to get right into it. Secretary Rubio, I'm going to embrace my Jewish mother instincts for a moment. So as a mother, a senator,
No, he's at the
and a fellow human being, I can tell you that I'm not even mad anymore about your
Okay.
complicity in this administration's destruction of U.S. global leadership. I'm simply disappointed. And I wonder if you're proud of yourself in this moment when you go home to your family, because I've always found you, Senator Rubio, to be a bipartisan, pragmatic partner, a true believer that the U.S. is stronger when we lead with diplomacy and development. You have a strong record on this, but I don't recognize Secretary Rubio, a stalwart support of Israel. You've watched this administration abandon Saudi normalization with Israel in order to pursue business deals. You were once a fierce critic of Vladimir Putin,
I mean, the way Israel acting right now ain't good for business. I'll tell you that.
but you sat idly by as the president berated the elected leader of Ukraine for not capitulating to Russia.
But he should, though. He lost the war. He does need to capitulate. Yes, he need to concede land and end the war. That's it. I'm sorry. Like, what do you mean? I hate when people sit there and say that and don't have any backup to it. Like, all right, well, this is my plan for how Ukraine could win. Like, maybe you should be a general, lady. Maybe you should be a general, because the generals out there can't even see how they can win. But hey, if you got a way, share it with them.
And worst of all, you've kneecapped foreign assistance, including programs that you previously championed and made America less safe, less strong, less prosperous in doing so. I know you know this in your heart. And I can't make this point any better than you did yourself in 2019 when you said, anybody who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that will bring us to balance is lying to you. So with that, I'm just going to move on to my questions. Thank you. And I'm going to talk about international women's issues because during your time as senator, you were a champion of international women's issues. You helped introduce bills that would have codified the Department's Office of Global Women's Issues and Women's Global Development Prosperity Initiative. You supported several bills, including Senator Shaheen's bipartisan Women, Peace, and Security Act. During your confirmation hearing, you committed to me that you would support women's economic empowerment abroad. And at this year's International Women of Courage Award, you waxed poetically about the administration's support for women abroad. So help me understand how to square your past with your present. You're proposing the full elimination of the Office of Global Women's Issues. You've terminated hundreds of...
Well, I mean, the global women issues. I mean, here's the problem, ma'am. I'd have been cut with her. I'd have been like, look, we can't fix global women issues because the global women issues you're talking about is the issues of women in Islamic countries. And I mean, that's just, we've already agreed that we're just going to let them be. So global women issues is a bit of a touchy subject. I mean, can we just focus on our women issues? Our women issues are way more important than global women issues. Do we not agree? Do we not agree that there's health issues going on in our with our women these days and all that good stuff, like infertility, obesity, all these things that are going on with our women, and we're worried about the women of the globe? I don't know about that one, man. American women first.
Programs that help women and girls. You provided no guidance to the department on whether they should continue to implement the Women, Peace, and Security Act, and I'm still waiting to see your support for women's economic empowerment overseas. How can you dismiss the concerns of women around the world? Do you believe that the data shows that women's economic participation includes greater economic development worldwide and that women's participation in peace negotiations guarantees longer outcomes? And I have a few questions, so I would respectfully ask for a yes or no. Don't you think that women's participation is important and allows for better outcomes?
This is not a game show.
Globally? Like, I could understand if I thought she was about to start talking about women in America. I'll be quite honest with you. I'll be like, all right, we're talking about women in America. I'm all ears. But as soon as she started saying something about globally, I was like, woman, do you hear yourself? Why are we? It's America first. American people first. I mean, that includes American women first. So you over here talking about women globally isn't kind of resonating with the people right now. I'm telling you, especially not women. Maybe the liberal women, but maybe not the conservative ones.
So I'm not.
Or maybe even the more center ones are even looking at you crazy, like, damn, I mean, what about us? They kind of left them out to dry for a little bit, but now you want to worry about the global women? Like, what about their country? Why don't they worry about their women and we worry about ours?
Going to ask that with a yes or no. That's an important question, and I can answer it. We're not abandoning women's issues.
So do you believe the
We
Office
don't need
of
an.
Global Women's Issues should be eliminated?
The one thing is to eliminate an office. Another thing is to eliminate the function. The function will still exist. It'll be driven at the regional bureaus. So every one of our regions will have someone who's looking at and driving that issue, and right down to the embassy. It remains a priority. The same with the law that you outlined that I supported. This is going to be executed on, but it's going to be executed at the regional level and at the embassy level. And the reason why is because the challenges facing women in Africa are different than the challenges facing women in Central America,
And I
which are
have your
different than.
commitment that you're going to
Facts.
support women around the world, because without the women being able to be successful in their countries, I believe we can't have peace, stability, and
Bro, why is that our problem? Bro, there's no amount of money that we can send to some of these Muslim countries that's going to help women be successful. There's no amount of money. For all you know, it might just be getting pocketed and their women still ain't got no rights. So what are you talking about? It's like, I just don't get it. Why are other countries' women our responsibility? And trust me, I love women, but God damn it, I don't love them that much to be sending money around the world to each and every one of them. Of all groups and shapes and sizes. I'm just over here like, can I just worry about my group of women, which are the American women? Is that okay? Like, am I racist for that?
and our countries move forward.
Sure, and it remains part of our agenda. It's just going to be, the service is still going to be delivered, but it's going to be delivered at the regional and embassy
And when will
level,
we
not through a standalone office in Washington, D.C.
When will we see the reports on this and how this will be delivered?
Well, this is what we're engaged in with this committee now, which is our reorganization process. We've made an initial presentation to the committees. It's not final. We've received input through the comment period, including from our own building, but also from members of Congress on both sides, and meaning House and Senate. Now we'll come back to you based on all of that input on what we propose to
Do
be
you
the
have a
final
timeline of when you'll
reorganization.
come back? Because I don't want to see women left behind around the world, and I think you'd agree with me. But I'm going to
Right.
turn on to Israel. If you can give us a timeline of when you're proposing to do this, that would be helpful, and we maybe come back and revisit it, Mr. Chairman. If you have a timeline of when.
Sure, we're engaged now. I think we'll owe you a congressional notification here within the next few weeks, which is but all of that is being built on the comment period, in which we've taken input from staff and members of this committee, as well as in the House.
Thank you. Can I move on to Israel for a second? So the Office of Security Coordinator in Israel, the OSC, was established by President Bush in 2005. The OC is widely respected, including by the IDF Central Command, for facilitating security coordination between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli security forces, which has been crucial in preventing terrorist attacks against Israelis. However, it's reported that you plan, again, to eliminate OSC, which I believe, and many others, could lead to further destabilization in the West Bank and threaten Israel's security. So, Mr. Secretary, should the U.S. continue playing a role in facilitating successful security coordination between IDF and Palestinian security forces to safeguard Israeli lives? And if so, do you believe the State Department should continue to maintain the OSC and support it financially?
Yeah, I mean, there's news reports every day about things that aren't true. So the only thing that's been discussed about OSC is whether it should be brought under the authority of the ambassador and the embassy.
You're not proposing eliminating. Thank you. We'll move further on this discussion. With my minute left, I'm going to talk about vaccines abroad, because Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, we are.
Oh, hell no. You're a big pharma shill. Anybody that's talking about vaccines abroad is pretty much saying, yeah, so we're pretty much funding using vaccines, most likely untested vaccines, allegedly untested vaccines, to protect myself on foreigners. Yes, using allegedly untested vaccine on foreigners. We all know what that means. So anytime anybody wants to talk about vaccines around the world or outside of America, I'm already thinking, yeah, you're a big pharma shill. Somebody check her bank account.
So proud it's prevented nearly 19 million children's deaths since it was created by providing vaccines to 50 countries. Diseases, they don't know borders.
Really?
So a small investment from the U.S. can
bet.
save American lives by stopping outbreaks really before they reach our shores. You were previously a champion of global vaccines, twice leading resolutions in support of continued U.S. investments in these programs. So Mr. Secretary, again, do you consider vaccines, including for malaria, Ebola, to be life-saving? Given Gavi's proven track record of saving lives, preventing global disease outbreaks that could reach our borders, will you commit to prioritizing continued U.S. support for Gavi?
But we haven't canceled U.S. support for malaria or any of these other communicable diseases and or vaccines. What we have, there are some individual programs that may have been canceled because they weren't being delivered in the appropriate way. All of these functions will continue. The difference now is the function will be happening under the Department of State as opposed to a set-alone entity, which you had very little oversight over, by the way, in this committee, even though we tried in the years that I was on it with USAID. And I don't want to, I may respond to one point you made just because I'm curious. We have not abandoned Saudi normalization with Israel, as you pointed. The Saudis are the ones that have expressed their inability to move forward on it so long as the conflict is happening in Gaza.
Yep.
But we would love to see normalization.
I mean, trust me, that's Saudi Arabia and some other countries feel the same way. It's like even with the Abraham Accords, like the reason they failed is because a lot of these Muslim countries is not liking what's going down in, well, Gaza. They don't like it. And they're like, yo, we're not going to be cool with Israel. We're not going to show up to the Abraham Accord or be a part of this Abraham Accord if Israel is still allowed to do what they've been doing to the Palestinians for, well, a while now.
You know, when it comes to the Saudis and normalization, and we can have this as I'd be so happy to have you in my office or come to your office and talk about this. It was quite apparent on the last trip that the president was more interested in making business deals and trying to move forward peace in the region. It's not just about the business deal. There's a lot going
about moving. Here's the problem. To get peace in the Middle East, we kind of got to put Israel to the side. And no, not just leave Israel to the terrorists, but just put them off to the side in negotiation because these guys are off the chain. Like I said, we try to work out something with Iran. They bomb Iran's ports. Like we try to work something out with with Hamas to get our hostages back. They get mad at us for doing it. Yeah, we kind of got to put them to the side because it doesn't really sound like they're doing they're honestly trying to make peace in good faith. No, they're not. Especially with the Palestinians, especially with Syria, especially with Lebanon. These guys just don't play well with the Muslims. And and it comes to a point like, well, with Syria, I kind of get their beef with Israel and Golden Heights because they took some of their land. Of course, I understand their beef with the Palestinians. But to get Lebanon involved and Saudi Arabia involved too is like, all right, where is this going here?
Going on, and there is pressure to bear. But we did receive a list, I just want to say for the record, that showed Gavi was terminated. And so if you could send us something to show that it's turned back on, we'd be glad to see that. I know I'm over my time.
Senator Scott.
All right. Secretary Rubio, first off, I'm proud to have voted for you. I wish you were in the Senate, but I'm proud that you're Secretary of State. And I can tell you, Floridians are very proud of you. As you know, Miami-Dade finally for the first time in history is now more Republican.
The great debt and the downgrading.
We're going to lose them.
Senator Booker.
Thank you very much, Marco. First of all,
right, now remember, Mr. Senator Booker, the guy who filibustered for I think it was like 11 hours, stood up there and talked. No bathroom break, no nothing for 9 hours. And bro, I'm out here doing 4-hour streams and I'm taking bathroom breaks. I'm wondering what he was using.
I just want to say I agree with what you said about it being a foreign policy crisis, the great debt and the downgrading that we just saw. To be pushing a bill right now that would add $2.7 trillion to our national debt is just outrageous. And I've been grateful for the small group of Republicans here in the Senate and a number in the House who have just called this out as plain as it is. To do this now will shake America's economy. Give tax breaks to the wealthiest amongst us who are doing quite well, and not help with the current economic crisis we're facing. But that's frankly just something I didn't want to talk about right now. Where I really want to just continue our conversation.
Because you know damn well you're wrong for saying it, and you're incorrect in every way, shape, and form.
Because economy, give tax breaks to the wealthiest amongst us who are doing quite well. And
like I said, they're giving tax breaks to the wealthy. Why aren't you talking about the no tax on tip, no tax on overtime that's helping the middle class? Why aren't you talking about the 15% decrease in taxes that the people who make 30 to 80K a year is going to have to pay now? Like the decrease in taxes. Why haven't y'all brought that up? But you just want to talk about, tax breaks for the billionaires and all that. Because I'm like, Really?
And not help with the current economic crisis we're facing. But that's frankly just something I didn't want to talk about right now. Where I really want to just continue our conversation about Sudan. And I know you know, as was said passionately by one of my colleagues, the gravity of the crisis that's over there. Full stop. It's the greatest humanitarian crisis on the planet Earth. There's ethnic cleansing going on, an active genocide as described by our own government and others. That people are fleeing right now with the recent attacks on Zamzam and more, but I know you're very aware of this. What I want to ask you about specifically is that not only did you acknowledge the genocide, and say, I quote, being backed by countries that we consider allies elsewhere
bad.
in the world. This is being fueled, you were saying. We must draw.
Oh, my bad, guys. But what I was pretty much saying is that they're leaving out the fact about this whole Sudan conflict that, you know, there is actually like a conflict going on over there. That means some type of civil war. People are shooting guns and all this crazy stuff. Maybe that might be a reason why they kind of shut down their whole food operation, why it's hard for them to get food, because they're going through like war every day. It's like part of their lifestyle.
Draw a clear line on that. You specifically mentioned the UAE, and you said, and I quote, take UAE, for example, they are an important partner in the Middle East, but we must be clear they are currently supporting an entity that is carrying out genocide. I'm just wondering, have you been able to draw that clear line in your conversations with the UAE, specifically addressing the issue of the supplying of arms?
Well, again, and I wasn't satisfied when people would answer this way when I was sitting on that side, but now on this side with diplomacy, you always want to be careful what you say publicly, because then people don't want to talk to you. They think it's going to happen in the future. Let me say this we have expressed, not just to the UAE, but to other countries, that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region, that in fact it's creating an environment, not just in Sudan, but it's threatening to South Sudan already faces pretty substantial challenges, but some of that threatens to spill over and make it even worse.
If I can interrupt, Marco, because I think your answer is justifiable.
Let me educate you further on Sudan, right? Sudan has not had a peaceful transfer of power probably since it started. And let me explain a little bit more to you guys on that. Excuse me, but the way Sudan, has a transfer of power is through dictator to dictator through the next ruthless dictator. If you look up their history, every guy that was in power in Sudan was overthrown. So they've never had no real election. They never even had a dictator come to power for a long time. It's just a constant shuffle of different leaders, and one gets assassinated by their military command, and then the military guy takes over. Then their military command guy kind of takes them out the game. Now that guy's taking over. That's literally the story of Sudan.
The UAE is a vital ally to the United States in a lot of other critical areas of the world.
But it doesn't serve their interest but my point is, it doesn't serve the interest of some of these countries involved to continue to pursue this route, because instability there is going to create a breeding nest for.
And I guess when my hope is
radicalism.
And I know you and I can have further conversations privately, is that we are pressing hard on those people that are fueling the conflict. But I want to ask the next part of this question is, the U.S. leadership is critical to end this. This is actually something that we can achieve, not only alleviation of the suffering, but an end of this. If a humanitarian corridor is created and respected, this is something we can help to do. Finding diplomatic resolution to the conflict is something we can do. Now,
when it comes to Sudan, this is probably the one time I would say, I ain't gonna lie, it's best we go in there and we kind of solve it ourselves, and we put our own guy in there, and that can't be overthrown because of fear of U.S. retaliation. Because Sudan has not had stable leadership for like decades of dictator being overthrown after another ruthless dictator being overthrown, and they just keep going through this cycle of dictators being overthrown.
There's a bipartisan a commitment in this committee mandate to appoint a special envoy for Sudan. We know that kind of leadership can help address this the worst crisis on the globe. time is not in our favor. Are you going to get a special envoy appointed, as colleagues on both sides of this aisle want to happen?
We do. We want to. We'd love to have somebody in charge of that. We have a similar arrangement with DRC, Rwanda, and have seen it play dividends.
Mr. Secretary, all I'm looking for is a sense of urgency and an answer yes.
Yes, the answer is, but we have to find the right person, and that's the challenge.
Next, 30 million people in Sudan require humanitarian assistance. In February, it was reported that, and you heard this passionately, that the freeze in humanitarian assistance is causing untold suffering. I was there myself in Chad last year and saw the role that we were playing. And frankly, I saw how great American companies like...
All right, quick rundown on Sudan real quick, all right? Just a little quick background, shout out to Vox. Don't really agree with these guys too much, but they gave a decent breakdown. I'll give it to them.
On December 19th, 2018, a revolution started to spread throughout Sudan. After decades of living under President Omar Bashir's brutal military regime, civilians pushed back. They wanted a democracy in their country. A few months later, this man and this man helped take down Bashir in a coup, and then promised protesters the future they had demanded. 4 years later, the same two men are now at war with each other, tearing Sudan apart, killing hundreds of civilians. So how did Sudan go from this to this in such a short time? And how did these two powerful men go from partners to enemies?
Clashes in Sudan into a coup attempt by the Rapid Support Forces.
Sudan has a long history of coups. Leader after leader has been brought down by military officers. The country's official military, now known as the Sudanese Armed Forces.
I mean, bro, do you see that part? Since 1988, bro, since the 80s.
Has a long history of coups. Leader after leader has been brought down by military officers. The country's official military, now known as the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, has held tremendous power in the country for nearly a century. And they started using that power soon after Sudan gained independence from Anglo-Egyptian rule.
Sudanese flag now replaced the flags of those two nations.
The first successful military coup happened in 1958. Abdullah Khalil, a retired military officer and sitting prime minister, overthrew his own civilian government to put Sudan under military rule. About a decade later, Colonel Jafar Namairi carried out another successful coup, bringing down a short-lived democracy. Then, in 1985, Namairi was out. This military officer took him down and later installed a new democratic government. 4 years later, Colonel Omar Bashir took down this government and appointed himself as the new head of state. But Bashir ended up being different from those that came before him. Given the pattern of military takeovers, Bashir knew he might suffer the same fate as previous leaders. So he used a strategy called coup-proofing, where he'd surround himself with protectors, but would keep each one in check so they couldn't overthrow him. It started with the SAF. Throughout his regime, Bashir bolstered the army and maintained a strong relationship with them. He relied on them heavily to crack down on an ongoing civil war in southern Sudan, where SAF and allied militias brutalized civilians on his command. Then, with the army busy in the south, another war started taking shape in the west. Darfur was in crisis. People here were historically neglected. Lack of medical supplies and necessary goods and little representation in Sudan's government left them feeling agitated for years. So, in 2003, while large portions of the army were tied up in the south, rebel groups attacked troops in this city in Darfur.
And Bashir, in recognizing that this...
So you kind of see what's going on. Like, Bashir's in power, and this is like the same thing that's been going on. These guys will be in power, and then some uprising happen in some city somewhere because they don't agree with this man's leadership. Then another uprising somewhere, and then eventually the guy gets overthrown. And then the other guy goes through the same exact cycle. And this has been Sudan for a while. So let's get back to the hearing. I know, just a little context filler for y'all. And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, conspiracy hour, let's go. Yep, we're about 35 away. Appreciate the support, guys.
A double bottom line. They were and saw the role that we were playing. And frankly, I saw how great American companies like Plumpy Nut here were doing good, a double bottom line. They were helping to alleviate the crisis over there as well as helping American businesses here. I just am hoping that you can say that you will commit to resume and even surge United States humanitarian assistance, particularly food aid, as soon as humanly as possible.
Well, all of that has been approved. It's all of the life-saving food and medicine programs have been turned on. To the extent that there's been impediments, has been one or two things. Either A, on the payment system front, where we faced a couple of weeks where we couldn't get money moving through Treasury because of a variety of different reasons, including changes to the technology, but that's largely been resolved. And the other is the ability to distribute it once the aid arrives at site.
Marco, I mean, Mr. Secretary, you and I have been friends for a very long time. A sense of urgency is what I'm asking for right now. That every day that we delay or that we don't plow through.
Shout out to my man Daniel Castro coming in with Castro is the man. I love him like no other. Man, you know what? Shout out Castro. I ain't even gonna lie. Shout out. And shout out to my man Fox Chase coming in right underneath him, man. Appreciate the support. For all the supporters, man. Let's keep it going.
The line of defense here that's stopping this from happening. People are dying. I know you. And I know we can do better. And as you and I both were taught back in the days we were playing football, better is possible, good is not enough. I want to move to my next question for you. Is the refugee camps, the U.S. main corridor to life-saving assistance, which I said to you, I visited. I just hoping that we can make sure that we are doing more. And I'll be specific in an example of another area. Despite the escalating humanitarian crisis, the United Nations Humanitarian Air Service is vital. The termination of those flights makes it.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase coming in with cheap ass watchers. Hey man, shout out to the supporters. Make sure y'all double tap the screen and like the video.
Likely that all of Chad's aid into Chad will stop and end, and they will have no resources by the end of July. It can take a week to reach Chad's border from the capital via motorcade. And so this is a vital lifeline that we.
And shout out to my man Castro coming in with S.E.T and Fox. Castro, S.E.T and Fox are the sexiest men alive. Huge dongs. I'm weak, but I kind of have to shout out the message.
We were supporting during the rainy season. You can't make that trip by road at all. And I know, again, that you know this. Why was the award terminated for these flights? It is to me, this is just very plain. This is the lifeline. And it was denied a waiver, which we reached out for. It's just, again, a very plain way that we could save lives. And I'm not sure if it's just because it had the UN in the title, but can we get a resumption of these flights that will literally save lives by getting.
Well, I think the answer to your question is that while you were talking about a mode of transport versus the actual aid, and I understand how important that is, then the question is what percentage of responsibility the United States should bear in comparison to other countries that have capability and are actually closer to the problem. So there's a broader issue here, and that is there does come a point in which we have to understand that the United States, there's great causes all over the world. And I'm not speaking specifically about the flight because I owe you a specific answer on that question. I don't recall that waiver. I don't recall the denial.
Marco, that's all. Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, that's all I'm looking for.
But all I want you to understand is that not every program we've ever funded is going to be funded in the future because we have to balance these things.
Mr. Secretary, I am aware of that. I just want an answer. I mean, this is like Schindler's List.
Damn.
Doing a little more saves lives. And I know we are more capable than we are right now. And I'm asking for that answer.
I'll get you the answer on the flights.
And the flights and some of the other things I mentioned, and I'm happy to work with you on the special envoy. There are people on both sides that are willing to do that. And I'll say in conclusion, because I'm over, but other people did, I do not want to lecture you, especially because I know I've had enough conversations that I know your moral core. But what my colleague brought up very passionately about the Afrikaners, I want you to know as a person that talks to countries and leaders like you do all over Africa, they are already seeing us not prioritizing ambassadors. They see embassies being closed. But the torrent I got on the Afrikaners reminded me of the torrent I got from African leaders when the president called those countries like those in Africa shithole countries. The anguish and the anger and the disappointment and the feeling of double standards. So just from a diplomatic range, where we're in a
Are they not?
competition in many ways on that continent. You and I talked in your confirmation hearings about the profound moral urgencies, economic opportunity, security mandates, cooperations with these countries. We have got to do a better job, in my opinion, and I've worked with you on these issues when you were a senator, diplomatically in prioritizing these issues. And I will partner with you in any way possible to make sure that we are addressing what I believe is a diplomatic shortfall right now in advancing American interests on the continent.
If I might just real quick, we haven't closed any embassies. So I think people are responding to like articles talking about the potential for embassy closures and things of that nature, but we haven't closed any embassies. And we have been engaged. Listen, Africa to me is one of
And shout out to my man Luke. You said, "Good morning, gentlemen, the rich conservatives. Don't forget the Duke." Hey, man, shout out. Man, appreciate the support, guys. And I like that one. Like, don't forget the Duke, guys.
the priorities that I've set for this for us in terms of our global view, because of the opportunities, because of the youth of the continent, because of explosive growth that we're going to foresee. And as an example of it, one of the things we prioritized, which a lot of people thought was intractable, was trying to reach a peace agreement between the DRC and Rwanda. Now it's not done, but we brought them both here to Washington, D.C. about a month ago. They signed a memorandum of understanding. The negotiations are moving forward. They're actually moving forward very well. Our hope is to arrive at a peace deal there that ultimately ends what was turning out to be a very brutal and difficult conflict. So I take your point on Sudan and the need for an envoy. We would love to find the right person to handle that portfolio, because it has to be the right person. And we have played a supportive role. For example, the UK about a month and a half ago led a Sudan summit in London for a day, where a lot of other countries, we sent someone, we've offered to be helpful and work with them on it. But a lot of other countries either didn't make commitments or didn't live up to the commitments. The summit sort of was a minor disappointment.
I mean, that was the problem with NATO. Is like these countries want to talk a big game, but they don't want to put up the money, and they expect America to put up the money. And for some reason, we don't understand that. We kind of need to pull back to make these guys step up. If Congress keeps on saying, "Oh no, send the money, send the money, send the money," I'm like, then here's the problem: we can't fund all humanitarian efforts. Like these guys got to fit the bill eventually. Like let them do it.
Because while everyone talks a big game around the world about it, they're not stepping up. But I take your point. I'll get you your answer on the flights, because I'm not aware of that specific waiver. And on the envoy, we'd love to work with you to find the right person.
And the ambassadors and other things, I'll reach out to your office.
Okay.
Senator Cornyn. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm proud of my vote for you to confirm you as Secretary of State. We all know you well, having worked with you for many years. We know of your the qualities that you bring to this job, and I think you're exactly the right person for this job in a very dangerous and turbulent world. When I look at what you and the administration has done, it's May the 20th.
Hold on.
Here, the only sugar mill in the state of Texas closed because sugar farmers could not get the water to grow their crop. And you committed at that hearing to work with me and assist in pressuring Mexico to comply with that treaty. In the months since then, you have followed through on that commitment. You have leaned in vigorously with the government of Mexico. Your deputy, Chris Landau, has done the same thing. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has done.
All right, I believe that is the end of the naysayers. I believe we got to all the naysayers that was coming at Rubio's neck. So, I mean, hey, shout out. I mean, he held it down. Now, let's get to this interview on flagrant, and then we're going to go ahead and get into conspiracy hour. Or do you guys want the conspiracy hour first? Actually, I'm going to show you the video, and let's see what y'all think.
Who hasn't traded. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. Our guest today is one of the only people in politics who hasn't traded conviction for convenience, and somehow he is still here. For decades, he has stood in the middle of the storm, unbought, unbossed, untethered, saying what so many were too afraid to say, that working people deserve dignity, that healthcare is a right, that the system isn't broken, it was built to screw you over. He has been mocked, sidelined, betrayed, and that's just by his own party. And still, he shows up. Not for power, not for fame, but because he actually gives a damn. In a country drowning in cynicism, he made people believe, maybe for the first time, that someone in Washington.
I truly do believe that Bernie does want what's best for the American people. It's just that in the wrong way. Socialism is not the way, my man. But hey, man, what they say, the road to evil is paved with good intentions, and that's kind of what, well, I guess the decent Democrats do. It's like, the crazy ones, you already know, like woke ideology all day. But the ones who are kind of, the sensible libs, like, I mean, that's kind of how their policies look to me. Like, all right, you have all the good intentions in the world, but it's not going to lead to a good place.
Was actually fighting for them. So please give a warm, flagrant welcome to the last honest man in politics from Brooklyn, New York, Senator Bernie Sanders.
All right, I'm getting out of here.
It's all downhill. That's it. Okay, I have a question. Okay, listen, and this is probably a sensitive topic. It might be too soon, actually. It actually might be too soon. Okay, so if you don't want to answer, I totally understand. In 1958. I think you know where this is going.
Go ahead.
When Walter O'Malley.
Oh, God.
I know. This one cuts deep. When he moves the Brooklyn Dodgers to Los Angeles, and he does it for corporate greed and profits, and he doesn't care about the community that built up that team.
That's right.
It broke a young Brooklyn boy's heart, probably many.
Yep.
It seems like, and it could be a coincidence, that ever since then you've had it out for the billionaires. Is that where it all started?
But I'll tell you something. Two things. There was a joke going around my neighborhood, Flatbush, and what it said, the three worst people in modern history were Hitler, Stalin, and Walter O'Malley. And not necessarily in that order. That was the joke. But, what I did learn, you're kind of joking about the question.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you something. When you grow up as a kid, you have a thing called the Brooklyn Dodgers, right?
Of course.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So when you're a kid, the idea that it could be moved someplace
It's
else.
insanity.
When you're a kid, you can't, that it's privately owned, run for profit, and that it can be moved to California.
Now I understand. I kind of understand Bernie's pain a little bit if you really think about it. All right, so remember, he grew up in Dwight Eisenhower. During the Dwight Eisenhower through Richard Nixon. This was the time where we kind of opened up the trade relations to China, and all these companies that were built in America that honestly grew off the American people started moving to China and other countries to get cheaper labor costs. So he literally sat there and watched these companies betray the American people and walk right out the door. So I do understand my man's gripe with the billionaires, because he literally sat there and watched them do it during the Nixon administration.
It was literally beyond your comprehension, beyond my comprehension. So it was a real shock. And if you're asking me, did that have an impact on my political views? It did, actually. It did, because the Dodgers were a cohesive force in Brooklyn, bringing people together, Jackie Robinson, et cetera, et cetera. That had an impact on me.
Really? So it all starts there?
I don't say it all starts there, but I learned something from that.
Wow.
But again, you think about it. He was something so important.
Yeah.
There's so many people, this guy didn't give a damn. To make more money, let's go to California.
And was it simple as that? Like there was just a
Giants,
deal out there?
There was a huge market out there in California, right?
Right.
Everybody, they can make more money.
I think he starts baseball on the West Coast.
Yeah, he and the Giants guy.
That's right.
Yeah.
And was it, I don't know, we don't have to get too much into it, but I heard Robert Moses was pushing back a lot on rebuilding of a stadium. That could be bullshit.
But
it doesn't matter.
That raises a whole other issue, but sports and professional sports and all that stuff. But it was.
This guy was 16 in 1958. God damn, boy. Oh.
It's a big deal.
That's your first exposure to corporate.
And what you're seeing today, and it's something we haven't looked at enough. It's something I want to. It hasn't really changed.
Right.
You have what is the function of professional sports? All of these teams are owned by billionaires.
Yeah.
And if Baltimore doesn't give you enough money, you're going to move someplace else. And no matter, you break the hearts of kids, nobody cares.
Can I ask you a question about that? Like, why is it the city puts up money for these new stadium builds and we don't get any of the equity in the team?
That's very good. Well, now you're raising another question. I was mayor of Burlington, and Burlington, Vermont. We'd love everybody to visit us in Vermont. And we had no professional baseball at all. When I got elected way back in '81, I said, one of the things that I want to do is see if we can bring back
the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Well, that was a little bit too ambitious.
That's how you silence Bernie. Okay.
But could we bring professional baseball? So we got to work on it. And we ended up getting a I think it was a double A team, very good team in the Cincinnati Reds franchise.
Let's go to the three real questions in politics.
All right, here we go.
Three real questions in politics and how they apply to the U.S.
Is it a fair question?
Yeah, it is a very fair question. All right. Politics, how politics is conveyed in the media is, who's running for office, what Donald Trump said, and all that stuff. And that's all important. But if you take a deep breath and you think about real politics, serious politics, what's it about? It's about three things, it seems to me. Number one, where are we as a country today? And that seems like a simple question. It is not a simple question. Okay, how did we get to where we are? And equally important, where do we want to go in the future?
Amen.
Right?
Yeah.
Reasonable questions?
Absolutely.
All right, Andrew, where are we today?
We're in New York City, New York. What do you mean, where are we politically?
No, where are we as a
country?
nation?
Oh,
what are the things that we should be looking at? If I ask you, how are we doing as a nation?
I would say we're struggling financially.
Good. That's right.
I think,
Quality of life.
I think quality of life
That's exactly right.
And I think that we are disillusioned with the institutions that should be supporting and protecting us.
Excellent. All right. So that's right. All that's right. So let's start off with, in one sense, we are the richest country in the history of the world, right? We have enormous wealth.
Yep.
Does that wealth apply to the vast majority of the people?
Absolutely not.
No. So unbelievably, and nobody talks about this. You ask me, we start off on the Democratic Party. The first thing you got to do is be honest with people and say, look, this is where we are at. We can blame whoever you want, but this is where we're at.
Here. Yeah.
Right? They don't acknowledge it. So you're living in a country where 60%, let me underline that, 60% of people live paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
Got it? I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. All right? Where paycheck to paycheck is living under enormous stress. How am I going to pay the rent? What happens if my landlord raises my rent? What happens if my kid gets sick and I can't afford to take him to the doctor? What happens if my car breaks down? You know that significant numbers of people in this country, you have money, you don't think about it. But if you don't have any money and your car breaks down,
it's over.
And it's $1,000 bill to get it fixed,
yep,
and you can't afford it, you tell me what happens.
Yep.
All right. Bottom line is you got millions of people, working class people, lower income people, struggling to put food on the table. Okay. That is the first profound reality. And the question we've got to ask is, why is that in the richest country on earth? All right. That's number one. Number two, you have a healthcare system. How's the healthcare? You tell me. Got a great healthcare system in America? Well, what do you think?
I mean, if you can afford it, it's pretty good.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to look at it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right. If you got the money, you got the best healthcare system in the world.
Yeah.
But most people don't. How many nations do not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right? You guys know?
How many?
One major country.
I know it's us. And the reason why is because we pay for their stuff. Yes, we pay for it because we pay higher prescription prices. We pay for it because we fit the bill for their NATO costs. Yeah, we pay for it because we also pay for their damn military, Canada. So, yeah, of course they can afford universal health care, although the service is absolute crap, but they can afford it because we fit the bill for them. Yeah, we provide them a lot of savings when we fit the bill for military and their NATO bill. I mean, I'm pretty sure they can definitely afford a lot of health care for people, free internet, all that good stuff.
You're living in it. So here's the insanity. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare as most of the European countries.
Guarantee free healthcare, not to correct you, but
yeah,
we won't refuse care if you need it. Oh, wait, we will.
Well, it's a little bit more subtle than that. Yeah. All right. Let's say you have a $10,000 deductible. Okay. Not unusual.
Yeah.
Okay. You get sick. What do you do when you don't have any money? You go to the doctor?
I go to the emergency room. I say I'm sick.
Yeah, but you go to the emergency room, but you're not like, it's not an emergency. They'll say, well,
I'm just a little bit sick. I just avoid it.
Yeah.
That starts to fester. It gets worse.
You got it.
And that actually probably causes more strain.
It does. And you know what else it results in? The study from Yale was that 68,000 people a year die precisely. You go talk to the doctor. Next time you go to a doctor, say, are people coming into your office much sicker than they should be?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, they are.
And that's just avoiding copays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
So people do die by the large numbers. What about our educational system? Psychologists tell us that 0 through 4, most important years.
I mean, hey, man, there's a lot of ways to get it, but you do got to work for it. So it is what it is. And we definitely have programs where people can get free healthcare. So I don't know really what he's talking about. Like, we got programs where people can get seen. All you got to do is sign up, show us how much, show them people how much you make, and they'll be like, oh, you can't afford it. All right, we got you.
Of emotional and intellectual development. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we must have a great childcare system, right? Because we
I mean, shoot, they'll push health insurance on you if they got to. They'll be like, look, you ain't going to leave here until we know that somebody can pay this.
our kids, we nurture our kids, we pay childcare professionals. Really, we appreciate them and respect them. We pay childcare workers McDonald's wages.
It's shocking. It's also shocking how much competition there is to get your kid into like a favorable preschool.
No, that is true though. Like, I mean, I know. Okay, well, I know. Let's just say I used to know a girl in the childcare, and yeah, she told me like, yo, the wages are shit. Like the wages are complete crap. And I'm just thinking, hold up, the wages are crap, but you're really looking after people's like diabolical kids. Like these kids are complete badasses. And you telling me they paying you pretty much what they paying down the street at Popeyes? This is ridiculous. No wonder they so profitable. You pay the caretakers nothing. I can see why people are getting into the daycare business. You devious people.
Right.
Like you have to start lobbying these preschools at 1 year. My daughter is 15 months, and already now you're like,
he's like a pharma company to get his kid
exactly. Like you're kind of walking in, you're meeting people, they're exchanging pleasantries, and it's all under this guise of, I hope they accept my kid.
Right. Because you have a massive shortage.
Yeah.
And if people don't have any money, it is really difficult. And so I don't know what it costs here in New York City. You know, in Vermont, it costs $15,000, $20,000. So, if, just
imagine you have 2 kids, forget it.
That's right. Exactly.
Forget it. Yeah.
But again, take a deep breath and say, okay, if we as a nation understand that that's the future of America.
Yep.
We want the best. You would say, okay, we're going to have really great teachers for them. We'll treat these teachers with respect, pay them.
Exactly, Fox Chase. Like from how expensive childcare is, you would think they are actually paying these people, but they're not.
Well, they're doing really important work.
Yep.
Taking care of your daughter is important stuff.
Agreed.
Okay? We don't. Public schools, I was talking to a principal in Vermont, in southern Vermont. They're starting teachers off at $32,000 a year.
Damn.
So kids, young people.
Now, I would do believe that teachers should get paid. I mean, honestly, I think they should get paid at least 60 a year. Because like you're a tutor / daycare service for 8 hours of the day. Honestly, sometimes even more. So yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You give them they 60K, really 80, but that might be a bit much. I mean, shout out to the teachers, the real teachers, the one that actually, help students. If you're in 5th grade, man, look, if you're a good teacher and you're a 5th grade teacher, all your students should be like on a 7th, 8th grade level. If you that guy.
To rituals that summon the darkness. Bloody Mary appears in your bathroom mirror after saying her name 3 times. Candyman works the same way. Light as a feather, stiff as a board requires chanting to unlock levitation. In the elevator game,
my bad, guys.
This episode of the Wyatt Files is brought to you by Delete Me. You stand in complete darkness. The house is empty, silent. You check your watch. It's almost time. Blood from your finger falls onto the paper where you've written your name. You light a candle and place everything by the door. At exactly 11:59, you begin knocking. 22 times. The final knock lands at exactly midnight. You open the door, blow out the candle, close the door, and relight the flame. The room changes. The air turns cold. Something moves at the edge of your vision. You hear a whisper. You're not alone. The midnight game has begun. There's no turning back now. You have until 3:33 to survive, but the shadow in the corner has other plans. Humans have always been attracted to rituals that summon the darkness. Bloody Mary appears in your bathroom mirror after saying her name 3 times. Candyman works the same way. Light as a feather, stiff as a board requires chanting to unlock levitation. In the elevator game, you press the buttons in a certain order. The last button is the 5th floor. When the doors open, a woman will enter. It's crucial that you don't look at her, speak to her, or even acknowledge her in any way. She is not human. Then you press the button for the 1st floor. If you did everything right, the elevator will actually go up, not down, and you'll enter a dimension called the other world. All these rituals have tasks that have to be performed in a specific way, in a specific order. The Midnight Game works the same way. It began centuries ago as an ancient pagan ritual. It wasn't a game then. It was punishment or judgment. The person was placed in a dark room or cave with a single candle for light. The room was then sealed. The elders started knocking. They would knock exactly 22 times. Why 22? Well, many cultures associate 22 with mystical properties. 2 times 11, a master number in numerology. The Hebrew alphabet has 22 letters. The major arcana in tarot contains 22 cards. All symbolize a bridge between worlds, the living and the dead, light and shadow. After the 22nd knock, the accused was left alone with whatever they'd summoned across that bridge. In the morning, the elders unsealed the chamber. Some people were dead, eyes still open in fear. Survivors were in shock, unable to speak. Some people descended into madness, but all reported the same thing. A shadowy figure, not quite human, tortured them with fear and violence. This shadow entity became known as the Midnight Man. The ritual vanished from history until 2010. A post appeared on a paranormal message board with instructions on how to summon the Midnight Man. The user found it in his grandfather's journal, written in faded ink, pages stained with dried blood. The post quickly spread across websites and message boards. The instructions are simple, but you have to be precise. Total darkness, total silence, blood on paper, 22 knocks ending exactly at midnight, and then darkness. You'll know if you follow the steps properly. The air turns cold. The darkness shifts in front of your eyes. The Midnight Man arrives, and he's ready to play.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Once you've performed the necessary steps in the right order at exactly the right time, you've summoned the Midnight Man. You've challenged this shadow entity to play the Midnight Game, and he gladly accepts. To win the game, all you have to do is avoid the Midnight Man until 3:33 a.m. and keep your candle lit. That won't be as easy as it sounds. The Midnight Man is going to do everything he can to leave you in complete darkness.
And the whole time while they're explaining this game, I'm just wondering, like, bro, what's the prize here? Like, what am I doing this for?
Then you're in his world, the shadow world, where all your fears become real. Pay close attention to the temperature. If you feel cold or hear breathing, move and keep moving. The Midnight Man has found you. But no matter what, keep that candle burning. If it goes out, you have 10 seconds to relight it. If you don't relight your candle in time, you have only one hope: salt. Surround yourself with a circle of salt. Sit and wait until 3:33. If you leave the circle, you lose. If you turn on a light, you lose. Leave the house, fall asleep, use someone else's blood, you lose. The hallucinations come next. Now, this is where the Midnight Man shows his true power. He can read your thoughts. He can bring your most terrifying fears to the surface. Fear spiders? You'll be swarmed with stinging tarantulas.
I ain't gonna lie, they'd have had me with that one. Yep, they'd have had me. Yeah, I'd have been scared out of my mind. They'd have got me with that. I could have did anything else. You could have said snakes, scorpions, but tarantulas is where I draw the line.
Fear drowning? The Midnight Man will hold you underwater, drowning you again and again and again.
Damn.
At sunrise, the Midnight Man retreats to the shadows. If you're able to avoid him, you're safe. But if you didn't, the game continues. The hallucinations follow you into your dreams, turning every fear you have against you. All you can do is go back to sleep and hope the Midnight Man has been satisfied or found another victim. That's where the internet helped. The ritual spread from forums to message boards to social media. Eventually, it landed in college dorms. The Midnight Man had found a new hunting ground, and thousands of students would be his new prey. Online forums are full of Midnight Game accounts and Midnight Man encounters. Real ones. People sharing what happened to them, what they saw, what they felt. One college student posted about her experience on Reddit. Her candle suddenly went out. The room went cold, ice cold. Then she saw him.
I decided to try the Midnight Game after reading about it online. My roommates were gone for the weekend, so I had the place to myself.
Everything was going fine for the first hour. I kept moving through the house like the instructions said.
Then, around 1:30 a.m., my candle suddenly went out. The temperature dropped instantly. I mean, I could see my breath.
I fumbled with my lighter, and that's when I saw it. A pure black humanoid figure standing in the darkness. Not just shadow dark,
but like it was absorbing the light around it. I'd never moved so fast in my life.
Got the candle lit with shaking hands just under the 10-second mark.
A guy from Portland played with 3 of his friends. They all heard voices, strange whispering in an ancient language.
About an hour in, my candle flickered. The air felt heavy, like right before a storm.
We heard this whispering, not English, not any language we recognized.
It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. And there were these layered voices, some fast, some slow, all overlapping.
Something a lot of the witnesses have in common? They regret playing the game.
Looking back, I shouldn't have tried it alone. I started in my bedroom, then moved downstairs to the living room. Around 2 a.m., the candle went out. I felt this intense cold wash over me. My fingers were so numb I could barely work the lighter. I kept trying, but it was definitely past the 10-second mark. Then I saw a dark figure standing before me. Not just a shadow, it had form. I completely forgot about the salt. I had horrible nightmares for weeks afterward. I couldn't sleep without the lights on. My parents didn't believe me, but they didn't see what I saw.
The Midnight Man encounters aren't always the same. Some people hear whispers in languages they don't understand. Some report the room being so cold they could see their breath. Some have nightmares for weeks after. They're all a little different. But all the Midnight Man encounters have one thing in common. They all see the same entity, a shadow, human-like but extremely tall and thin. It moves unnaturally but has its own will. Reports like this exist all over the world and always have. Ancient shadow beings in folklore, modern shadow people sightings. The Midnight Man isn't new. He's just one version of something older, something ancient, something that's been haunting and tormenting humans for a very long time. Entities. In Newfoundland, the old hag sits on sleepers' chests. Chinese folklore speaks of guiye shen, ghost pressing on body. Japanese kanashibari, bound by invisible forces. Germany has the Schattenwesen, shadow beings. Ancient Egypt's shadow people lived in the realm between life and death. Again, the bridge between two worlds. Scientists at the University of British Columbia studied sensory deprivation effects. They put subjects in dark, silent chambers and monitored their brain functions. After just 45 minutes, most people reported sensing a presence, seeing shadows move, but nothing was there. Or was it? Brain scans showed unusual activity in the parietal lobe. That's the area that processes spatial awareness and perception. The people were seeing something in the darkness, but if nothing was there, why did their brains think there was? We don't see well in the dark, but our awareness heightens. Do you ever get the feeling you're being watched, but nobody's there? Your brain might be detecting something your eyes can't. The 3:33 end time appears in multiple cultures. The witching hour is traditionally 3 a.m., when the veil between worlds is thinnest. Paranormal investigators report increased activity between 3 and 4 a.m. Playing the midnight game has caused environmental changes that have been documented. Temperature drops of 15 to 20 degrees. Electronic equipment fails. Batteries drain suddenly. Now, you might not believe in shadow people, but the U.S. government does. The Department of Defense conducted classified research in the 1970s to study supernatural phenomena and ESP. Project Stargate is the most famous. It's known for its work on remote viewing, and I've covered it many times. But there are references in Stargate to shadow entities in declassified files. The project was officially closed down. Officially. Unofficially, I'm not so sure. Shadow people reports are consistent across continents and cultures throughout human history. First, the feeling of being watched, then hunted. Finally, the figure appears, three-dimensional, not just a flat shadow. They have mass and consciousness and intent, and that intent is evil. Now, I'm speaking from experience. I had a shadow person encounter when I was in my late 30s. It was the scariest thing I'd ever experienced, before or since. And I tell the story in the shadow person episode linked below. Not only did I see this entity, I was physically attacked by it. The Midnight Game is designed to attract these entities, and the Midnight Man is always there.
I mean, shoot, if I can be personal, even I've had a kind of an experience with this, and I guess I can reflect on it. Now, it happened pretty much while I was sleeping, and it was pretty much wild. Woke up, trying to get out of my bed, can't get out of my bed, but there's this like weird sinking feeling in my bed. Like it feels like if I roll over, I'm literally going to fall into a pit of darkness, and I can't move, but it feels like this sinking hole is trying to pull me in there all while, and I'm awake. This is all happened while I'm awake. And as I'm trying to struggle out of it, something pulls up in front of my eyes, and some shadow with dark red eyes, and scares me enough to where I break it, jump out of bed. And there you go. There's the end of my experience with maybe some type of shadow entity or whatever. Maybe.
Waiting between worlds, just on the other side of the door. All you have to do is invite him in.
Dude, I ain't play that game. I know that.
When I started on this episode, I thought the Midnight Game was just another urban legend like Bloody Mary or the elevator game, easy to debunk. Then I realized it's about a shadow entity, and I became afraid. I had a shadow person experience. And there are a few kinds of shadow beings that people report. The Hat Man, the cloaked figure, the child, the red-eyed shadow, and the one that attacked me, the one we talked about from Newfoundland, that one's called the Hag. I remember it vividly. I woke up in the middle of the night and then I saw her. Not a shadow, the Hag, a decrepit old woman like a witch at the foot of my bed, staring at me, smiling. And not a warm smile, like a predator. Then she climbed in bed on top of me, and I don't want to get into it. You can watch the episode. I tell the story there. So did this experience make me a believer? No. Then what happened? Well, first, let's sort out the Midnight Game. The historical claims about ancient pagan punishment, there's no evidence for that. No anthropological records, no historical texts. The earliest mentions of the Midnight Man appear online around 2010 on creepypasta forums like 4chan's Paranormal Board and Reddit's No Sleep. The story did spread quickly. Urban legends used to take years to catch on. Now something like this can go viral in a couple of days. Within a few years, teens everywhere were attempting the ritual. Teenagers are often drawn to games that involve summoning evil. Adolescence is a time for pushing boundaries and taking risks. In the brain, the prefrontal cortex handles decision-making, impulse control, and risk assessment. During adolescence, this part of the brain is still developing. Dump in a bunch of hormones on top of a still mushy brain, and you get thousands of teens knocking on doors at midnight trying to meet the Midnight Man. Now, after that, teens post about their experiences online. They aren't known for their honesty, especially on the internet. This creates a feedback loop of shared details. explaining why accounts sound so similar. But I wasn't a teenager when the hag attacked me. Shadow people mostly come from adults. Then the experiences are similar. So are shadow people real? Probably not. But our brains can make them feel real. Our brains evolved for one priority: survival. For millions of years, humans weren't the apex predator. We were prey. Our ancestors who detected danger fastest lived longer. They passed those detection systems to us. Your brain has an alarm system called the amygdala. This small almond-shaped region constantly scans for threats. When it finds something even suspicious, it triggers fear instantly. No waiting for your rational mind to catch up. Fear first, questions later. This is the fight or flight response. And darkness changes everything. Your vision degrades, shapes blur, details vanish. Our brain hates uncertainty, so it fills in the gaps with worst-case scenarios. Anything to get you moving. Your peripheral vision becomes more sensitive to movement in low light. You catch flickers that aren't there. Your brain is trying to detect predators before they detect you. In darkness, your brain creates patterns from random stimuli. This is pareidolia. A shadow becomes a figure. A coat becomes a person. Tell someone about the Midnight Man first, and their brain is actively looking out for it. This isn't weakness. It's your million-year-old survival system functioning exactly as designed. Another trick is the ideomotor effect. Your unconscious mind makes tiny muscle movements you don't notice. These micro movements happen when you expect something to happen, when you expect something to move. Like on a Ouija board. Nobody consciously pushes the planchette, but unconscious micro movements make it slide across the board. Everyone swears they didn't move it, and they're being honest. Their conscious minds didn't move it. Their unconscious did. Most shadow person experiences happen when you're drifting off to sleep. While you dream, your motor functions get suppressed. This is sleep paralysis. If you're still awake when this happens, your brain panics. You can't move. It's dark. Your amygdala fires up, and suddenly you're seeing an evil entity. Get moving. A lot of this is connected to sleep. Methamphetamine users report shadow figures after prolonged sleep deprivation. One addict said you don't see shadow dogs or shadow birds, you see shadow people. This chemical connection suggests our brains are hardwired to generate these specific forms that we'd consider dangerous. Our brains evolved to keep us alive, not tell us the truth. The Midnight Man feels real because your brain makes him real. Better to see a predator that isn't there than miss one that is. That's why, real or not, you shouldn't play the midnight game. The entity might not be real, but the terror is. And true terror changes you, like it changed me. These type of games prime your mind for fear on an unconscious level. You have fears buried deep down in your mind you don't even know about. Childhood trauma, nightmares, painful, horrible experiences. Your brain tries to protect you by locking these memories away, but they're still there, waiting. So be very careful when you start digging around your unconscious. You might not like what you find.
And all righty, I mean, that was a pretty good one right there. I like it. All right, we're going to go ahead and end on that one right there. But before we go ahead and end, let's get a quick word in from our sponsors, man. Shout out. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that, let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys.